Call our Board of Supervisors meeting to order for the purpose of discussing the budget and capital plan.
Mr. Chairman, just before we get started, I did want to at least acknowledge, thank everyone for coming, first of all. Secondly, we are currently over capacity for this room, and so we don't want to deny anybody the opportunity to speak. But we would ask if you can speak, because the board cannot by code take action for at least 7 days. So if you would, please make room for others who may either be downstairs or trying to get into the room so that they can speak. Additionally, if you would make sure that we allow for access, and we have deputies who can assist if needed. But again, thank you to everyone who's come out on tonight.
All right, thank you, Mr. Robinson. At this time, we have the invocation by Supervisor Mr. David Garner.
I got it.
You got it?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors. We all bow in prayer, please. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you with gratitude for this day and for the opportunity to serve our community. We ask for wisdom to guide our thoughts and decisions. Grant us clarity of mind, integrity of heart, and a spirit of cooperation. Thank you for the humility and courage of our Board of Supervisors. We pray that their work will be pleasing in your sight and a benefit to all they represent. May your loving care be upon our military as they defend this country, our first responders as they protect and serve this great county, and our educators as they teach our children. Bless all citizens that may be assembled and those who may be watching. Bless this meeting, and may be respectful and done in accordance to your perfect will. In your holy name we pray. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Sheriff Clark. Now we need a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Any readiness? Madam?
Mr. Ely?
Yes.
Mr. Garner?
Yes.
Mr. Acree?
Yes.
Mrs. Roundtree?
Yes.
Chairman Jefferson?
Yes. Now, item 4 is the public hearing. Mr. Robinson?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. If I could just take a couple of brief moments to, for the sake of context, tonight's meeting is to hear from the public with regard to the proposed budget. Just a couple of quick highlights in terms of what the proposed budget represents. What is proposed is a total budget of just under $117.8 million. The overall budget represents a 4% increase over the current budget. We have proposed a $3 million increase for schools, a 2.5% plus a $1,000 increase for salaries for employees. This budget includes just over $1 million in increased spending for public safety. And just a reminder, when we talk about taxes, and we talk about that periodically in these discussions, currently 1 penny on the tax rate will bring roughly $700,000. And this proposed budget includes currently a 4.5 cent real estate tax increase, which would move our real estate tax rate from 77.5 to 82 cents. Just a couple of other quick things. As you know, that over time, you've had to adjust the tax rate periodically. Our tax rate was at 85 cents for a number of years. In 2024, after the reassessment, the board was able to reduce the tax rate to 71 cents, and it's been adjusted over the last several years including in this listing is the proposed budget, which would require an 82-cent tax rate. This is just where we are relative to our neighbors in Hampton Roads. As you can see, Isle of Wight County is pretty much in the middle, but we are on the lower end, particularly when you compare us to cities. As it relates to counties in our region, again, we're still right there in the mix. A couple of other quick things with regard to the challenges that we are attempting to address. This year, we are experiencing, or we anticipate experiencing, a reduction in machinery and tools taxes, primarily due to the loss of Keurig from the Windsor area. When they left, the building is still there, but the machinery and all the business property, or business equipment rather, was removed, and so that equates to over $1 million loss in M&T taxes. Additionally, and we've been monitoring this for the last 6 or 7 months closely, we have been trending downward in terms of our sales and use tax revenue. That is, for us, an indication that the economy is slowing down, and so we're seeing about a 4% decrease with regard to those taxes. Another major issue for us this year in terms of challenges has been competitiveness as it relates to compensation. You'll probably hear people speaking to that concern tonight, but that has been and continues to be a major challenge for us within Hampton Roads, because we're all vying for the same employment pool, and so it's gotten extremely competitive. Last couple of things I'll point out, and I'll get out of the way so you can hear from the public, is that there's some challenges with regard to the timing. Nobody's fault. It's not a issue of fault. It is simply a matter of timing, wherein some revenues that we know we are likely going to receive will not be received in time to apply to this budget. And so the needs are current, the revenue is coming, but not soon enough to offset some of the challenges that we believe we'll be facing. And lastly, one of the major challenges that this board has faced over the last decade, and is still growing at an exponential rate, is tax relief for in particular military veterans who are considered to be 100% disabled. We anticipate that the impact of that will probably exceed $4 million in the coming budget year. And so, again, just to give you all a sense of what the budget looks like and some of the challenges that we faced. And with that, unless you have questions, I will get out of the way so you can hear from the public.
All right, thank you. All right, with that said, the public hearing is hereby open, and I have several names that we have to, Jenny Willman.
And Mr. Chairman, just so everyone knows that the speaker has 4 minutes unless they represent a group of 10 or more who are present at this meeting, and then that person gets 6, but the other people waive their time to speak.
May I begin?
You may.
Perfect. Good evening, Jenny Willman. I'm here as a parent in District 4 to speak about the proposed budget and a problem that is draining this county: non-competitive wages in our school division. Tonight, I'll focus on teacher pay, but the principle applies to every role. If we're not competitive, we're not retaining, and we're sure not recruiting. We can't control the national pay gap between teachers and other college-educated professionals, but we can control the gap between us and neighboring counties. Right now, that gap is costing us. Teacher turnover leads to decreased student achievement, instructional disruption, reduced school quality and culture, and burnout and increased workload among the remaining staff. And while those areas can be hard to quantify in terms of cost, we know that each time a teacher leaves, we must invest in the recruitment, hiring, and training of their replacement. And that's if we can find someone. The Learning Policy Institute puts that cost at over $10,000. And that isn't a one-time fix. It's a reoccurring drain. We are caught in a leaky bucket cycle. Now, I've heard the concern. Unassigned fund balance acts as savings and shouldn't cover operating expenses. But a leaky bucket this size is actually a capital project. Fixing the pay scale is a capital expense, a market correction to stop the leaks. We use capital to replace a failing roof so we don't continue to pay for water damage. This is the same. And let's be clear, the compensation study and local composite index show we can do this without raising taxes or choosing between our teachers and first responders. This isn't an either or. The data confirms the county can sustain the corrected scale. We are not asking to fund payroll from savings forever. We're asking to repair the bucket so operating dollars can stop pouring out and their full value can be realized. Fully funding the IWCS budget moves salaries from below the 60th percentile in this labor market to the 70th. That's the difference between patching a hole and building a better bucket. And if the data doesn't capture why this is important to you, to me, and to everyone in this room, I'm going to leave you with this. A recent assignment asked my youngest, "Who is a role model to you?" And he wrote, "Mrs. Kitchen, good teacher." That's your ROI. Who a good teacher is to our children. Multiply that by thousands of students, and that's our future workforce, our civic health, and our tax base. Quality schools attract families like mine, and they retain families like yours. A yes vote to fully fund the IWCS budget shows we not only have the money, but we also have the leadership to invest it wisely. Thank you for your time and your service to the county.
James Willman.
Good evening, James Wellman, District 4. I'm a student at GTMS in Windsor. Tonight, I came to talk about why teachers should get paid more from a student's point of view. Most people think teaching is easy, not when there are 20 to 30 kids running around the classroom. Teachers not only have to teach the students, but they have to make sure they behave. When teachers misbehave, it's a lot harder for the teachers because the teachers might need to help a student but can't because of disruption. We should pay teachers more because we need to keep the teachers that care for the students. We don't want the teachers to come in that just check the box. For me as a student, I need an education that can help me in the future and the world in front of me. Most of our teachers don't come in just to teach. They come to care and provide so students get the education that they need. We want to keep our teachers, and the way to do that is to pay them more. Our teachers don't get paid enough to teach and deal with misbehaviors, because that is a lot, especially with students. Thank you.
Dina Hubel.
Mr. Chairman, I have over 10 colleagues with me. I'd request 6 minutes, please. Board members, my
These are
name...
your people that you
There's a-
represent.
Yes, I'm about people.
Okay.
My name is Dina Hubble. I live in District 5 on Holly Run Drive. I'm a third grade teacher at Carsville Elementary. I've been teaching for 21 years. I am the 2025 Isle of Wight Teacher of the Year and the 2026 Region 2 Teacher of the Year for Virginia. I say that only to make one point. If a teacher who has been recognized for her work in this county is unsure if she can afford to stay, that should be a warning sign. Your own values statement says Isle of Wight aims to be a community of choice for people, families, and businesses alike. Let's be honest, you cannot call yourself a community of choice while your schools are losing credentialed, experienced teachers. When a division cannot retain those teachers, school quality drops. That's not a criticism of new teachers. It's simply the reality that experience matters, credentials matter, and students deserve both. And right now, our district scores exceed the state average. That is because of experienced credentialed teachers. You will not maintain that with constant turnover and vacancies. You will not maintain that by replacing licensed teachers with people who are unlicensed or brand new simply because they are the only ones willing to work for these salaries. Teachers stayed this year because of the compensation study. There was hope, real hope, that the county would finally take seriously what the data showed. Hope that the budget would reflect the fact that Isle of Wight pays less than almost every surrounding district. Hope that we would not have to go another year of pleading to be paid competitively. We need competitive salaries. Pay educators according to the compensation study. That is the bare minimum to remain competitive. Instead, we were told the only solution is a tax increase, and even with that increase, the school board's request still isn't fully funded. So let's talk about the numbers, because the numbers are not complicated. For nearly a decade, Isle of Wight has kept an unassigned fund balance almost double the required 15%. At the end of FY 2024, the county held $26.6 million in reserves. That is nearly $10 million above the policy floor. The money is there. It's not the teacher's job to find it. You figure it out. Other divisions have figured it out. Find the money. At the last meeting, the county administrator said gains were wiped out by losses and requests. That statement does not match the budget data, and we are being asked to trust financial claims without a completed timely audit. You cannot build a responsible budget when last year's books aren't even closed. And while all of this is happening, we are being pitted against our own first responders. Teachers versus deputies, teachers versus firefighters. That should never happen in a county with a 24% reserve. There is no world in which the people who keep this community safe and the people who educate its children should be forced to fight over the same dollars. We should not be fighting for scraps in a county that is sitting on a surplus. And the math is straightforward. Moving just $5 million from the excess fund balance would still leave $21.6 million in reserves, more than $4.6 million above the required. Combine that with the revenue generated by keeping the tax rate at 77 cents, and the county can meet its obligations without placing more burden on taxpayers. Let's also talk about the local composite index. According to the state, Isle of Wight is one of the wealthiest counties in the region. Yet prior to the pandemic, schools received 35% of the county's operating budget. In 2023, that fell to 28.68%. The state average is 40 to 42%. We are not just behind. We are at the bottom in the entire state for pay raises, and that's a fact. Good schools keep property values high. Everyone in this room knows that. Undervaluing teachers is not just bad for students, it is bad for the entire county. I want to keep teaching in this community. I live here, I pay taxes here. I care deeply about these students, but I need to be clear, I will leave. I have already submitted applications to Suffolk and Chesapeake because I have to think about my family's future. I have an interview next week. If I retire within the next 10 years, my VRS retirement is based on my pay. I cannot ignore that. I value working in my own community. I would be heartbroken to leave, but I am not sure it is sustainable under the current conditions. I am asking you to demand better from your financial officers. Use the safety net you have already built. Stop forcing teachers and first responders to compete for basic funding. Prioritize the people who serve this community over a theoretical credit outlook. We should not have to beg you to do the job you were elected to do. We are done carrying the burden of your inaction. The next move is yours. Thank you.
Tracy Catterborn.
Dear members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Stacey Catterbone. I'm a resident of Suffolk and currently serve as the assistant principal at Carsville Elementary School. Prior to this role, I was a special education teacher at Westside Elementary for 15 years, and this is now my 5th year at Carsville. While I do not reside in Alawite County, I am deeply invested in this community and its schools. I believe I deserve, as all stakeholders do, to be heard and for you to fully understand the serious situation our school system is facing. You have the authority and the responsibility to make the right decision by fully funding the school budget. My connection to Alawite runs deeper than my professional role. My husband is a graduate of Smithfield High School, and when our children were born, there was never a question about where they would attend school. We chose Alawite because of its reputation as a high-performing division with dedicated educators and a strong sense of community. Throughout my career in Alawite, I have built relationships rooted in trust, respect, and a shared commitment to students and families. I have seen employees come and go, and historically, they did not leave for higher pay. They left due to relocation, family needs, or a lack of long-term commitment to the profession. Those who stayed did so because they felt valued, respected, and supported. They believed in the work and in the system that supported them. However, that sense of support is now at risk. If Alawite is ranked among the wealthiest divisions in the region according to the local composite index, why are we among the lowest employee pay? Why do we rank last among surrounding divisions in 5-year cumulative pay increases? These are critical questions that demand answers. The current conditions reflect a system under strain. The number of students qualifying for special education services continues to rise, requiring highly trained professionals to meet diverse and complex needs. Many students require intensive behavioral support, sometimes involving multiple adults within a general education classroom. In some cases, behaviors have escalated to the point where both students and staff are at risk of harm. Safety must be a priority. At the same time, educators are working far beyond their contracted hours to ensure that every student receives the support they need. They sacrifice personal and family time to plan, collaborate, and respond to a wide range of challenges their students face. In a single classroom, a teacher may be supporting students experiencing homelessness, trauma, family instability, and academic gaps, all while striving to maintain high expectations. Meanwhile, the cost of living continues to rise. Many of our dedicated staff members are working second jobs to make ends meet. This is not sustainable, nor is it fair. The compensation study clearly indicates that employees across the division are underpaid. If action is not taken to fully fund the proposed budget, you risk losing a significant number of highly qualified teachers, administrators, and support staff to neighboring divisions that offer better compensation. If I ask you to consider the long-term consequences, are you prepared to see increased vacancies filled by substitutes instead of certified teachers? Larger class sizes, reduced individual support for students, declining morale and retention. Most importantly, are you willing to accept the impact that this will have on the children of Alawite County, including your own children and grandchildren? I urge you to make the responsible choice. Fully fund the school budget. Invest in the people who dedicated their lives to educating and supporting our students. The future of this community depends on it. Thank you.
Carol Outland.
Good evening, Board Chair Jefferson, Vice Chair Roundtree, and board members. My name is Tara Williams Outland, and I reside at 8491 Farmland Road, Carsville, District 5. I have the honor of serving as the principal of Carsville Elementary, where we've been cultivating excellence since 1871. For 34 years, my commitment to education has encompassed Southampton County for 3 years, City of Suffolk for 28, and Isle of Wight County for 3. I'm grounded in strong work ethic and dedication to my job as instilled by my father, who bid on and built many of your roads in Isle of Wight County, and my mother, who served as an accountant for 55 years. I believe that pouring into students, staff, and community with accolades and appreciation while modeling expectations, building relationships is a major key to success. As a board, you speak very highly of your growing county, from solar farms to hospitals to retail stores to large corporations. Just in case you weren't aware, I'd like to share additional accomplishments from the southern end that you should also be highlighting in your county profile and marketing. Carsville Elementary, recognized as the first Purple Star school military connected in the county. Home of the 24-25 District and Region 2 Teacher of the Year. Within the past 3 years, awarded grants from the Isle of Wight Education Foundation exceeding $7,000. Home of the first District Rookie Teacher of the Year. Veteran staff with over half of the teachers serving 15-plus years in education. Recipient of $100,000 from the MEB Corporation for a full-size middle school regulation basketball court, and most recently, an outside learning pavilion. Community painted and donated bulldog mural on the exterior of the gymnasium. Beta students placing first, second at the Virginia Convention. Connected to the community with Barks in the Parks at Carsville Volunteer Fire Department, Walters Ruleton Club, and Camptown Recreation. Partnering with Windsor High School to build future leaders through Dukes Academy, Junior Beta, and also with the Windsor High School football team. Newly renovated learning cottages and a freshly painted historical gym. Recipient of several Eagle Scout projects. And the list goes on. And yes, you can smile. We've shone brightly in the county since 1871. If you don't think so, just ask a graduate of Carsville High School, a Carsville retired teacher, or even a past resident of the county who stops by to take a picture at his or her alma mater. You chose leadership in Isle of Wight County, just as I chose a career in education. I can retire tomorrow, reflect on my 34 years, and say, yes, I gave 110% effort to my staff, students, and community. Can you? I know that you will consider the benefits of fully funding the school board's requests, because the investment to retain our dedicated employees is an investment for the future of Isle of Wight County. Do what's right.
Carl Outland.
Good evening, Board Chair Jefferson, Vice Chair Rantry, and board members. My name is Carl Outland. I reside at 8491 Farmland Road, District 5. I stand before you as a lifelong resident of Carsville. I'm the owner of Outland Farms and Sportsman's Hunting Preserve in Carsville. I'm one of the largest landowners in Carsville in District 5. My family began acquiring land in 1666 when we got here, and I have continued to buy land as well as my son. Reviewing the county's proposed budget means to generate money as a real estate tax increase of 5.8% for the coming years. Very concerning to me. In my case, paying taxes on the amount of land I have is not a good thing. I like to know where my tax dollars are showing up in my end of the county. I don't know where it's helping my family, and it's not for competitive teacher pay or emergency services. It appears to me that the income generated collected is being used elsewhere just as it has been for decades. There's no urgent need for a tax increase. This county is and has been a county capable of funding a budget that does not have to place increased taxes on the citizens. Construction is steadily increasing in the county. Houses are being built, bought, and sold every day, generating money for this county. Where are those taxes going to? And how are they being spent, and how are they helping us on our end of the county? Citizens would have a clear understanding of how tax dollars are being spent if we had a openly shared, completed audit from last fiscal year. My wife and I have served in professions that have been heart of America, yet we're the ones being penalized for providing food and education to our community. Essentially, a real estate tax increase on my land is not for competitive pay for her role as a school administrator or results in a deficit for us. And then Ms. Hubble said we have a 24% surplus, and we're raising taxes? I don't get it.
Jeremy Gill.
Good evening, Chairman Jefferson, members of the board. Jeremy Gibbs, I reside in Smithfield, and I've been an employee for Isle of Wight Fire Rescue for the last 23 years. Firefighters in Isle of Wight are currently paid significantly below market value, approximately 18% less comparable to other departments. In addition, the county's $3,500 paramedic stipend is considerably short of the $10,000 to $14,000 that is offered by neighboring agencies, making recruitment and retention increasingly difficult. Over the past 12 months, our department has experienced significant turnover, losing 9 employees, and we just had another one resign 3 days ago. This is over a 30% turnover rate in the last 12 months. This level of attrition creates ongoing challenges in maintaining staffing levels, operational readiness, and continuity of service to the community. Replacing trained personnel requires substantial time and resources, and with the loss of experienced employees places added strain on those who remain. These departures also highlight the agencies or the increasing competitiveness of surrounding agencies that are offering stronger compensation packages and incentives to attract and retain qualified providers. To help address the retention and recruitment concerns, we recommend implementing the provider stipends that recognize the additional certifications and responsibilities carried out by our EMS personnel, specifically the proposed stipend of $1,500 annually for EMTAs and $3,500 for the EMT intermediate providers, as well as additional 5% increase to all of our staff. These incentives would better align compensation with surrounding municipalities and strengthen our ability to retain skilled professionals. Investing in these increases is a practical step towards stabilizing staffing, improving morale, and ensuring continued high-quality fire rescue response for our citizens. To maintain the level of public safety that the residents rely on every day, it is critical to support Chief Winley's request to bring fire rescue salaries up to a competitive market level. Thank you for your time.
Leah Hanley.
Good evening, my name is Lee Hanley, District 1, and I'm here representing the Westside Elementary School PTA. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the proposed $4.5 million increase for teacher pay. At its core, this is about competitiveness and sustainability. Over the years, Isle of Wight County has not kept pace with surrounding divisions in teacher pay increases. When neighboring counties continue to invest at higher percentages, we fall behind. And when we fall behind, we lose great teachers. It's that simple. Recruitment becomes harder, retention becomes harder, and ultimately our students feel the impact. This is not just a school issue, it's a community issue. Strong schools support strong property values, economic growth, and long-term health of this county, this state, and our great country. We also understand that funding matters. There are options, for example, reallocating funds like the $1.4 million tied to the farmers market project could help offset this investment. That's a real opportunity to prioritize people like our teachers over projects. And when it comes to long-term solutions, I want to be clear. Just because Gloucester County did not pass a 1% sales tax referendum for school construction does not mean Isle of Wight wouldn't. Many of us here would absolutely support that kind of investment in our schools. Our community values education, and we are willing to stand behind it. We 100% stand behind our teachers. So I hope we get what we want. We want strong schools, teachers who stay. We want fair pay that reflects their work every day. We want investment that doesn't fall behind. And we should have what we want. Our teachers deserve what they want. And I hope tonight you choose to give them what they need and what they deserve. Thank you.
Jordan? Oh, there's your.
Good evening. My name is Jordan Silva, and I am a resident of District 3 here in Isle of Wight. My family and I relocated to Isle of Wight in 2005, and I graduated from Smithville High School in 2011. I am the parent of 2 children, one at Smithfield Middle School and one at Carrollton Elementary School. And I began my professional career in our school division in 2018 at Smithfield High School. I initially served as an instructional assistant, and then in 2019, I accepted a position as a special education teacher serving students with multiple disabilities. This year, I also serve on the SHS school leadership team representing the special education department while continuing my role at the secondary level. Tonight, I'm here to advocate for the approval of the full proposed budget presented by the school board, including the $7.1 million increase. You will hear consistent themes from many speakers this evening, but I would like to focus specifically on the needs within special education. The special education department is requesting funding for additional positions. As outlined in the presentation by Ms. Magner, some of these roles are required to maintain compliance with IDEA, while others are not explicitly mandated. However, labeling these positions as non-required does not reflect the reality of our classrooms. If you were to ask any special education teacher or instructional assistant, they would tell you that more staff support is not a luxury, it is a necessity. I'd like to offer my own classroom as an example. According to Virginia Department of Education staffing guidelines, I can have up to 6 students with 1 staff member, or up to 8 students with 2 staff members. While that may sound manageable, it does not account for the complexity of student needs. I currently serve 5 students, 4 of whom use wheelchairs. In an emergency situation such as a fire, I'm expected to safely evacuate all students. Realistically, there's no way I can grow extra arms to push 4 wheelchairs in an emergency. I am fortunate enough to have 2 additional instructional assistants in my classroom, bringing us to 3 adults for 5 students. Even then, we would still require additional support in an emergency. And while I'm grateful to work in a building where colleagues step in to help, that level of support should not depend on circumstance, it should be built into staffing. Additional instructional assistants in special programs or self-contained classrooms may not be labeled as required, but they are critically important. Our work extends far beyond academics. We support students in behavior regulation, daily living skills, vocational training, and social development. When one staff member must de-escalate a behavioral situation or assist a student in a sensory space, the remaining adult is left alone with the rest of the class. In those moments, other behavioral or even medical situations can arise, creating unsafe and unsustainable conditions. On the inclusion side, case managers are experiencing increased caseloads due to the growing number of students with disabilities. Hiring additional case managers would help ensure that all students receive the services they are entitled to, while also preventing staff burnout. Additionally, adding an assistant principal at Hardy Elementary will allow administrators to effectively fulfill the responsibilities as the local education agency or the LEA representatives, while also managing their broader administrative duties. I understand that these may sound like school board concerns rather than Board of Supervisors concerns. However, without approval of the full budget, the school board is forced into making difficult trade-offs. They must choose between providing competitive compensation for staff or funding additional positions that students in classrooms desperately need. Without both, we are placed in an unsustainable position. Either we increase pay but leave classrooms understaffed, or we create positions that remain unfilled because neighboring divisions offer more competitive salaries. In closing, I urge you to consider the real impact of these decisions on students, staff, and the safety of our classrooms. Supporting the full proposed budget is not just a financial decision, it is a commitment to providing equitable, safe, and effective education for all students, especially those with the greatest needs. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening. I am Teresa Finch. I reside in District 3. I am currently Smithfield Packer, but I've been a Titan and a good old Eagle at Westside. My heart. Okay, so I'm asking you to fully fund the school board's 27 requests, not because the schools are asking for something extra, but because they are asking to be treated fairly. At its core, this is a workforce issue. It is also an economic issue, and tonight it is a question of whether the county values the people who educate its children as much as it values its own internal workforce. The numbers show a real difference. Using direct pay only and excluding benefits, the county averaged about $60,000 per county position in fiscal year 25, and about $64,000 per county position in fiscal year 26. By comparison, using the school's division budget, excluding substitute, schools averaged about $51,727 per staff in the fiscal year 26. And it will be about $56,280 per staff in the fiscal year, or for full-time staff in 27 with the proposed budget. So even after the requested increase, school staff are still below the county's fiscal 26 averages. That matters because it shows that this county is willing to budget more generously to its own workforce than the people educating Isle of Wight's children. And that difference did not happen by accident. When the county identified compensation problems in its own workforce, it acted. In FY22, adopted a budget. The county administrator said the county should update its compensation study. In 23 proposed budget, the county said it had completed that study and identified the average increases of 6.5% for the general fund, 9.6% for public safety, and 4% general wage increase. The county has already shown that when its own compensation falls behind, it will act. School employees deserve the same urgency tonight. But when the school system has compensation problems, the response has been different. Last year, teachers had to come before this board because the county's proposal did not fund the normal step increases. The schools were left waiting for outside money to repair that problem. Now this year, the school division is telling you plainly that what its driving request is. It's the compensation plan and recommends 10%, well, we got the health insurance premiums. This is not a wish list. This is not excess. This is the cost of retaining people who work and who keep this division running every day. There is also a direct local economic reason for fully funding this request. Based on the data shared by HR, about 60% of the school employees live in Isle of Wight County. According to the county's own HR representation or representative, from April 9th, the county has 303 filled full-time positions and 181 part-time employees. Of those, only 55% of the full-time and 68% of the part-time live in Isle of Wight County. That works out to about 167 full-time county employees, about 290 total with your part-time. And if our figures are right, that's about 533 to 538 school employees that live in this county. So in other words, when you invest in the school staff, you are investing in Isle of Wight residents at a larger scale. You are investing in people who live here, who raise their families, and put money right back into the community. And what the schools are asking for is tied directly to service stability and results. The division serves more than 5,500 students. We have 93% graduation rate and over 700 certifications just last year. Those outcomes don't happen by accident. that happen because of teachers, specialists, support staff, bus drivers, office staffs, and the list goes on. So that is the real question before you tonight. If the county can recognize compensation problems in its own workforce and respond, why are school employees still being asked to wait and fall behind and hope for some outside source to save them later? Why are people educating this county and children expected to accept less urgency, less investment, and less stability?
Yes, your time expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, my name is Dan Elmore. I live in Carrollton, District 3. I'm a U.S. history teacher at Smithfield High School. I'm not just a teacher, but a resident of Isle of Wight for 8 years. My daughter graduated from Smithfield last year, and my son is a freshman this year, and here with me tonight. President John F. Kennedy once said, "Our deep spiritual confidence that this nation will survive the perils of today, which may well be with us for decades to come, compels us to invest in our nation's future, to consider and meet our obligations to our children and the numberless generations that will follow." I closed my remarks to several of you last year with that quote. And yet, here I am. Here we are, again, coming to you with the same speeches, much of the same data, many of the same stories, as a result of not having the funding that we need in Isle of Wight County Schools from this governing body. Just like with long-deferred maintenance on the family vehicle, actions we thought were saving us money are now costing us more than ever, and the cost of continued delay will only put us further behind. My heart breaks to see well-qualified and veteran teachers, friends that have become family, not only leave for other divisions, but leave education altogether. To a person, they have said that at least one of their reasons is that the county does not pay its teachers a livable wage. And yet, once again, here we are, again. And y'all, we're tired, beyond the normal teacher tired. We're tired of working multiple jobs because we're not paid enough to pay our rent and buy groceries in Isle of Wight. We're tired of feeling like we have to choose between working in another division that pays much more versus staying here. Because even though, yes, some of them are knuckleheads, we really do love our students and our colleagues. We're tired of the same old song and dance between the school board and the board of supervisors. Tired of being told, of course we support our teachers, but then each group making their excuses and pointing the finger at the other, saying it's their fault why we don't have the funding that we need. We're tired of our leadership pitting the populace against one another with falsehoods that we can only fund the schools or the EMS. We're tired of being blamed by some who antagonize the community against us by claiming that it's our fault that their taxes should be raised. Plus, dividing the community like this smacks more of authoritarianism than democracy anyway. Others have and will speak more eloquently than me about the details and numerical figures of possible solutions. I stand before you appealing to the morality of funding our schools, not just for us, but for our children. Yes, this is a moral issue. And as Dr. King said, a budget is a moral document. For someone also, I think, once said, where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Where is our counties? The needs are clear, the resources are there. All it takes is for you to act accordingly and fully fund all delayed infrastructure needs before you approve another blessed development, including the schools. I implore you to get creative. Let go of the same stinking thinking that got us here and quit abiding by the definition of insanity, trying to do the same thing over and over and expecting something different.
ask that Laura Sullivan.
Good evening, board members. My name is Laura Sullivan. I reside at 26241 River Run Trail in Zuni. I'm speaking tonight as a parent and a taxpayer of Isle of Wight County. I care deeply about the long-term sustainability of our community. First, I want to thank Supervisor Roundtree for her work during this budget season. In watching these meetings, it has been clear that she has stayed analytical and forward-thinking, asking thoughtful questions and looking for ways to maintain services while remaining fiscally responsible. Mr. Akery, I also appreciate your invitation at a recent meeting for constituents to bring forward solutions. That matters, and the people are responding. Thank you for that support and offer. I also want to acknowledge the weight of the decisions in front of you. Balancing a budget with competing priorities is not easy, and I do not underestimate that. But I also want to be clear. I'm requesting that you fully fund Isle of Wight County Schools' budget request. I expect strong schools for my child and timely emergency response if my family ever needs it. I do not view those as competing priorities. I view them as core responsibilities of local government. And I don't think that most residents see them as optional services that must constantly be negotiated. They see them as a basic promise of living in a well-run community. And that's why doing less than what is needed is not neutral. It puts us further behind. Right now, both our school division and county operations are not competitive. Employees are leaving for neighboring localities where they can earn more. Vacancies are harder to fill, and the people who stay are carrying more of the load. We cannot afford yet another year of falling short on compensation. I understand the concern in raising taxes. That is real, but we also have to look at the full picture. With recent federal changes increasing the cap on state and local tax deductions, some of the impact of a local increase may be softened for taxpayers between now and 2029. It doesn't remove the impact, but it does give us a window to act. I also want to address the conversation around the fund balance. At a recent meeting, it was compared to a personal savings account, and the point was made that it shouldn't be used for ongoing cost. That is true in principle, but it's not the full analogy. Savings exist for times like this, when costs are rising, revenue is tight, and expenses are outpacing income. And when that happens, responsible planning says that you use savings temporarily while you adjust. That is where we are, using a portion of the fund balance for a defined one-year period paired with clear expectations to find efficiencies, reassess lower priority spendings, and pursue additional revenue is not irresponsible, it's measured, it's strategic, and it buys you time. There are also real opportunities ahead. Future revenue from solar projects, the upcoming real estate reassessment, and the redevelopment of the former Keurig Dr. Pepper manufacturing site that was just purchased in the last couple of weeks all present unrealized but potential growth in the coming year. Strategic leadership means recognizing these opportunities and making measured decisions now to position the county for stability later. Because the reality is simple, the money has to come from somewhere. It either comes from employees who absorb the cost when compensation doesn't keep up with inflation, it comes from taxpayers, or it comes temporarily from the fund balance while we work toward a sustainable solution. What we should not do is delay and push the problem forward. And long term, we have to grow our revenue base. That means economic development, not just more housing, but attracting businesses that create jobs and expand the tax base. Strong schools and strong county services don't just make people want to live here, they make companies want to invest here. So the path forward is a balanced one. A temporary, clearly defined approach that may include modest tax adjustments, strategic use of the fund balance, and a firm commitment to action, cutting where appropriate, finding efficiencies, and growing diverse revenue with a focus in industry. We have the data, we understand the problem, the question is whether we act. Because waiting another year doesn't hold us steady, it puts us further behind. Thank you.
Judith Hastley, or whatever. J-S-T-Y.
Good evening. Members of the Board of Supervisors and Isle of Wight County citizens, my name is Judith Hasty. I am a lifelong resident of Isle of Wight County. I live in District 5 at 31278 Community House Drive, Carsville. I reside within walking distance of Carsville Elementary School, where I have taught 4th grade for 20 years. Today I'm speaking to you out of genuine concern for our county. In 2020, in the midst of the COVID pandemic, I told my husband that the virus wasn't the national crisis. During that period of time, education became the national crisis. It's still the national crisis. Outstanding teachers left the profession in droves and never looked back. There lies the crisis. Schools lost great educators, and potential exemplary teachers aren't entering the profession. I don't envy principals who are trying to convince a candidate to join their staff. Candidates are now interviewing principals instead of principals interviewing them. Teachers hold the upper hand, and school divisions with the money will have the best and most qualified teachers. Well-kept facilities don't make a school. The teachers inside the buildings make the school. According to information I requested and received from Laura Sullivan, Alawite County Schools Human Resources Director, the division currently employs 137 teachers like me with 20-plus years in the profession. Based on data trends, she predicts that 88 of these teachers will retire within the next 5 years, and an additional 61 teachers will likely retire within 10 years. That's a significant number of teaching positions to fill, considering that candidates are retracting their applications and declining offers when they learn of Alawite County Schools' current pay scale and compensation packages. Today, the education that Alawite County Schools provides its citizens of our county is quality, rigorous, and sought by many. We should strive to preserve it for the future of our county and its economic development. The education that a locality produces and its economic development are inseparable. The employee base that an educational system generates for the community and the schools it offers to parents of school-aged children are what foster economic development. I implore you to keep this in your minds as you proceed with the budget process. As the parents of 3 grown children, my husband and I appreciate the education that our children received in this county. We want our granddaughters' education to be as strong as theirs was. My career, as well as the careers of hundreds of other teachers in Alawite County, truly make a difference. We pour our hearts, minds, souls, and often our own personal money into providing meaningful instruction that meets the needs of our diverse population. But we also pour ourselves into a profession that seems to recognize our efforts less and less. I can say with a great deal of confidence that many outstanding teachers who consistently guide students to success will be searching for and securing jobs outside of Alawite County if salaries and compensation packages aren't adjusted to meet the competitive demands of our surrounding localities. I implore you to consider that many Alawite County teachers don't live extravagantly or beyond our means. We simply try to provide for our families while giving our students, their families, and our county our very best. As a teacher speaking for many, I ask you to fully fund Alawite County's schools budget for the 26-27 school year. Help us continue to make a difference and help our school division's leadership attract highly qualified teachers to our county. Thank you very much for your most thoughtful, reflective consideration.
Candace Vanderbrink. Right here?
She's coming.
Okay.
Hello. My name is Fanny Brake with the Windsor District. I'm here today to advocate for increased teacher pay in Alawite County and to emphasize the importance of ensuring that any additional school funding is clearly designated for teacher compensation and retention. Across Virginia, teacher salaries continue to rank in the bottom half nationally, and on average, teachers earn approximately 20 to 25% less than college-educated professionals. In real terms, that means a difference of $10,000 or more annually. Closer to home, surrounding school divisions in the Hampton Roads region often offer $3,000 to $7,000 higher starting salaries, making it increasingly difficult for Alawite County to recruit and retain qualified educators. And when we can't retain teachers, we rely more heavily on substitutes. While substitutes play an important role, the data is clear. Students in classrooms with long-term substitute coverage show measurable decline in academic progress. particularly in reading and math. In Virginia, substitute teachers typically earn between $120 to $180 per day, often without the same training, continuity, or relationship building capacity as full-time teachers. We are seeing this locally at Windsor Elementary School. Resource classes were staffed by substitute teachers for over half the school year. The level of inconsistency creates real challenges, disruptions in instruction, breakdown of parent-teacher communication, and instability for students who need structured, reliable support the most. Research shows that the high teacher turnover can negatively impact student performance for multiple years, not just during the vacancy. This is not just about pay, it's about stability, consistency, and long-term outcomes for our children. Equally important is accountability. If funding is increased, it should be clearly earmarked for teacher salaries and retention efforts, ensuring that those dollars directly impact the classroom and build trust within the community. At the same time, we must look on how to generate revenue. Currently, some local builders and businesses are choosing to invest in neighboring localities due to zoning practices and regulations that can be difficult to navigate. That represents lost economic opportunity for our county. I encourage the board to consider forming a collaborative committee made up of local builders, real estate professionals, and developers to help create more practical and balanced zoning strategies. Other counties have successfully implemented developer proffers and impact contributions requiring growth to help fund schools, parks, and infrastructure. With planning, even moderate development from local builders, not Ryan Homes, can generate significant revenue that supports education without placing additional burden on existing taxpayers. Strong schools attract families, families drive growth, and smart growth can help fund the schools that we all depend on. This is true about making intentional decisions today that strengthen Alawite County for the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilman Cook. Cook.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Cook, and I live in Windsor, Virginia. I stand before you tonight not only as a teacher in Alawite County, but most importantly as a mother of a soon-to-be 4-year-old little girl, who I hope will one day walk the same halls I did. I am a proud product of Alawite County schools. Some of my teachers are here. This community helped shape who I am, and it is why I chose to come back to pour into the next generation in the same place that poured into me. Before returning, I taught in Chesapeake, where I made about $8,000 more and had stronger health benefits. But I didn't come tonight to talk about my career. My role has shifted. Tonight, I'm an advocate for my daughter, for my nieces and my nephew, and for every student who has walked through my classroom doors. They are the future of Alawite County. The investment we make in them today will determine the strength of this community tomorrow. Right now, our students are feeling the impact of the decisions being made. Staffing challenges and compensation gaps are not abstract issues. They directly affect the consistency, support, and quality of instruction students receive every single day. I understand that these decisions are complex. I understand that funding the full school budget may raise concerns about taxes, concerns that will impact my family, my students' families, and many of the educators who live and work in this community. I do not take that lightly, but I also believe that there are ways to prioritize and invest without placing that burden on families right now. If the full $7.1 million is what our schools need, then that is what should be funded, fully and directly, not partially, and not with the hope that other sources will fill the gap later. Our students should not have to depend on uncertainty. Our schools and the people within them are critical to maintain and protect. It is also important to recognize that many teachers in Alawite live within this community. When taxes increase significantly, that impact comes back on us as well. What may look a raise on paper does not always translate to meaningful financial improvements when rising costs offset those gains. I want my daughter to grow up here. I want her to learn, build relationships, and be a part of this community. But I also have to be honest. If our schools are not prioritized and supported the way our children deserve, I will be forced to make a difficult decision as a parent. And while I may have the option, many of our students do not. They are depending on us, on you, to ensure their schools are fully supported and set up for success. Strong schools do not just happen. They are built by people who feel valued, supported, and able to stay. I respectfully ask you to fully fund the proposed school budget. This is not just about numbers. It's about what the students sitting in our classroom today and the future of Alawite County And I also want to thank Ms. Roundtree for responding to my email, and Mr. Ely. Thank you so much. So thank you for your time, your service, and your commitment to our children.
Madsen? Ern? Mr. Jones, did you get 4 minutes or 6 minutes? 4 minutes?
Nobody's asked for 6 minutes other
Nobody?
than the one person.
Okay.
If she's speaking for the group,
Well,
she has to let us know.
right. Are you speaking for a group?
No, sir. I
Okay.
mean, I have a group, but I'm not
Yeah.
speaking.
We may need to ask that you all, like, make sure that we have some room through the,
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Erin Madsen, and I have lived in the town of Smithfield for the past 12 years. I teach at Hardy Elementary, and I'm a parent to students at Westside Elementary and Smithfield Middle School. I am speaking tonight with you to plead with you to fully fund the school board's request for the 26-27 budget. Tonight, you have heard many facts and figures, so instead, I'm coming with a personal anecdote. So while I am a transplant to Alawite, I don't come from far away, just a hop, skip, and a jump down 58 from Mecklenburg County. If you switch out a lake for a river and tobacco for cotton, it's the same place. And I also grew up in a family of educators. Both of my parents taught high school. That is a large reason why we came to Smithfield. It was so close to what we grew up in South Hill. And we really wanted to plant roots in a small town atmosphere. And plant roots we have. I immediately fell in love with Smithfield, and I created a community that has enriched my life to its fullest. I serve at my church as the board of our preschool. I sit on another nonprofit board, and my kids are heavily involved in local youth activities. I try to shop locally as often as possible, and I love the life that we have made here in this small town. I also genuinely love teaching in the community where I live. That's how I grew up. My parents were heavily involved, and I modeled my life after them. And I am genuinely delighted when I see my students in the grocery stores, at church, and when I go to the dance studio with my daughter or the soccer field with my son. And my life continues to mimic growing up in my hometown in other ways too. When I was in 8th grade, my mom sat me down and asked if I would be okay moving to Chesterfield, Virginia. She had an opportunity to move closer to Richmond, which was her hometown, to teach at a bigger district for much more money. Even then, small rural communities couldn't or wouldn't keep up with the nearby districts, and veteran, highly qualified teachers were forced to make decisions that would take them away from the place they loved so they could afford to live. We ultimately made the decision to stay in Mecklenburg County, but that what if always lingered, especially when it came time to pay for college, and my sister and I both chose small liberal arts colleges. When I realized that I was basically reliving that moment, my mom sat me down with my own children. She was the exact same age as I am now. My son was the exact same age I was. It was all I could do not to laugh out loud. Here we are, 30 years later, and small rural districts are still reluctant to keep up with larger neighboring districts. And we're still even reluctant to keep up with some of our neighboring rural districts. Educators are really having to weigh the realities of being in a district where they love against being in a district where they feel valued and compensated for the work that they do. And when we're presented with data that we're far behind everyone, and we're told, well, we just have to raise taxes, that puts us against the community, and it does not make us feel valued, respected, or motivated to fight and stay. Highly trained, seasoned teachers are leaving across the district for ones that honor their value, leaving behind long-term subs with no certifications and newly licensed teachers who are facing their first years with no one to guide them, creating burnout, disarray, and constant turnover, which is instability in the classrooms. Like I mentioned, I love being a part of the community where I teach, and I'm at the point where I'm deciding if I need to stay in this community or move to another district, which would mean uprooting my family to go be a part of that new community and taking my kids, who are high achieving honor students who love Alawite County schools, to another place. But as it goes, I guess I'm firmly planted in Smithfield, entangled and trapped by the roots I have so carefully planted and nurturing over the past 12 years. I still hold out hope that somehow, some way, the educators in Isle of Wight will be valued and compensated at the same level they are in other parts of our region, and not to make it feel like we're a burden every time we have to come to the table and ask for our share. So I will keep nurturing these roots as long as I can. However, it is with the knowledge that there are pruning shears in the shed. Thank you so much for your time and hopefully your support.
Julie Douglas. Okay.
Good evening. How are you? My name is Mrs. Julie Douglas, and I live in Windsor. I'm the mother of 2 children, both of whom attend Isle of Wight County Public Schools. One of my children has level 3 autism and is in a self-contained special education classroom in 1st grade. I am also an employee of Isle of Wight County Public Schools, and I am the Special Education Advisory Committee Chair for the PTA. My family is personally and directly affected by the decisions that you make when it relates to decent compensation and the hiring of highly qualified educators. First, prioritize increasing the funding for all teachers' pay, both salary and hourly employees, and more staff hired for our special education classrooms. Our salary paid teachers can go to any other surrounding city and make $10,000 more a year right out of the gate. But my heart is here, teaching children. My passion is here, watching the light bulb go on when a student gets it, especially the students with special needs. Our special education program needs to be strengthened and expanded now, not later. Students with diverse learning needs and disabilities deserve individualized support, appropriate class sizes, and access to a full and appropriate education, even if that means hiring more staff to assist them. This ensures compliance with legal obligations, while more importantly honoring the principle that every child deserves a fair and effective education. While there is a lack of appropriate staffing with up to multiple staff changes in one day, it can be incredibly difficult and disruptive. Our students, including my own son, rely strongly on routines and familiarity. Regression happens, progress can decrease, anxiety can increase, IEPs are being ignored and overlooked, services within the school are not being received, and families like mine are left trying to help their child adjust daily. For perspective, here's an incomplete list of some of the needs in our self-contained classrooms: verbal, nonverbal, incontinent, elopers, climbers, oral, auditory, and physical sensories. Some of these children require more one-to-one assistance. There are multiple different grade levels, which result in multiple different resources, recess, and lunch times. There are numerous transition times for different children throughout the day. These children all have IEPs that the teachers have to read, learn, and follow, and that's in one classroom. I cannot imagine having to physically, mentally, or emotionally handle trying to juggle that caseload or that classroom by myself. It's a very high bar for these teachers to reach. And to offer no extra full-time support or assistance tells me as a parent that these classrooms, these students, and their teachers don't matter. As a parent and as a teacher, I see it happening, and right now I'm heavily concerned about the ability to maintain that consistency, not only for my son, but for every single child within these special education classrooms. I strongly hope that you really listen to what everyone here tonight is asking you to invest in. Our schools are understaffed and our educators are underpaid. When salaries fail to keep pace, school systems like ours will continue to experience high turnover rates, difficulty hiring the skilled candidates, and declining morale among the existing staff. This instability harms the students the most, the very ones who benefit from the experienced, consistent educators. Provide our children with the right people.
I'm here to be a voice for those like my son who cannot speak up for themselves. Prioritize increasing the funding that we deserve so that we can continue to provide our students with what they deserve. Thank you.
Robert Brennan.
Good evening. I'm Robert Brennan, and I'm the principal of Carrollton Elementary School, where I've been since 2017. Thank you, Mr. Garner and Mr. Ely, for making the effort to respond to my email earlier this week. There's no one in this room tonight that doesn't know that approving just enough of the school board's 26-27 budget to make sure teachers will see an increase in their pay would be a smart decision. What would be shrewd is choosing to partially fund the budget, forcing the school board to cut the projected salary parity initiative for administrators, because after all, there are so few of us administrators and so few people actually know what we do. We all know what firefighters do. We all know what policemen do. And most of you probably figure you know what a teacher does because you've had a few along the way, probably some favorite ones. You also had school principals. I can't remember any of mine before 10th grade. I'm sure they did something, but I don't know what it was. I'd be willing to wager about $7.1 million the job has changed since you and I were in school. Here's what I've experienced since I've worked in your county. I've been kicked, punched, pinched, slapped, and bitten. I've been cursed at by dysregulated students. I've been cursed at by dysfunctional adults. I've had shoes and books, scissors and chairs thrown at me, and just today a basket of books. I've been hit with wet floor signs. I sat under a desk with the first grader who detailed why he hated himself and how he was going to take his own life. I was the recipient of unkind and unsolicited emails from a very vocal citizen of Isle of Wight who thinks freedom of speech extends to my inbox. I've been accused of being both a racist and a left-leaning, woke lover of DEI. For the record, I'm neither. I've consoled staff members in my office who were crying about how they were doing their jobs and how they were doing life. I've consoled parents in my office who were crying about how they were doing their job and how they were doing their life. I navigated how to run a school during a global pandemic. I've kissed pigs, ridden a pony, been slimed, been iced, and had multiple pies in the face. I've worn a few costumes and have marched in a few parades. I've watched kids learn to walk, learn to read, learn to write their names, learn to handle their big emotions. I've reported concerns of abuse and neglect to Child Protective Services entirely too many times. I sat across from an irate parent who pounded my desk and yelled that he could do my job if he just read a book. I would have gladly handed him a copy of the book had there been one. I've caught snakes, mice, and spiders. I've cleaned up vomit, blood, and feces. I've received and administered or facilitated countless hours of professional development. I've missed countless hours with my own personal children to support evening events for your constituents' children. I've missed quality time with my own children while waiting for parents to get around to picking up their kids from school. I'm missing time right now with my family because I'm the breadwinner and I need to speak on their behalf. I've interviewed and requested to hire scores of quality educators, poaching many from a previous division. I've conducted hundreds of job appraisals and summative evaluations. I've had difficult conversations about next steps with individuals who just weren't cut out for the job. I've sat through hundreds of meetings. I've answered thousands of emails. And just last June, I stayed on the phone for almost 10 minutes with a lunatic that threatened to blow up our building, then pivoted to claiming he was in our parking lot with a rifle and would shoot anyone who stepped out of the building.
Okay, sir.
While this was happening, teachers and students outside of their classes for recess were lying face down on the ground. and students
Your
in
time has
darkened
expired.
classrooms behind locked doors were relieving themselves in trash cans.
You tell me expired. Dr. Aaron Williams. Dr. Williams? Oh, there she is.
Good evening. My title is called Open the Umbrella, It's Already Raining. Good evening. My name is Dr. Arian Williams, and I stand before you not only as an educator who cannot afford to work in this county, but as a parent deeply invested in the future of this community. You cannot build strong schools without supporting your teachers. Right now, surrounding districts such as Suffolk Public Schools, Chesapeake Public Schools, Newport News Public Schools are making intentional investments in teacher pay. So I'll say that word again, intentional. They understand that compensation is not just a budget line, it is a retention strategy. Here in Isle of Wight County, we are at risk of falling behind, but teachers are not leaving because they don't love what they do. They're leaving because the county that they love is giving them little reason to stay. So this work requires sacrifice, walking into classrooms every day, teaching multiple, often crowded classes, and planning and breaking down lessons to reach every learner. It means constantly adapting instruction, trying new approaches to make sure no child is left behind, while also carrying the weight of testing and accountability. It means supporting students through mental health challenges, mentoring, encouraging, and sometimes simply listening when they have nowhere else to turn. It means feeding children when they come to school hungry, helping build community closets so they have clothes, and quietly meeting needs that go far beyond academics. It means staying after school for events, showing up beyond contract hours, and building a sense of family within our schools. And in today's world, it means keeping our children safe during lockdowns, standing between fear and safety, carrying a responsibility that no job description could ever fully capture. Teaching is no longer just a profession, it is a commitment to care for the whole child in every sense of the word. And yet we continue to say that we value education while underfunding the very people who make it possible. Respectfully, Isle of Wight is more than just Main Street. It's neighborhoods, communities, families, and schools filled with children who deserve highly qualified, committed teachers. When decisions are made from a limited view of this county, we fail to see the picture of who we really are. Because here's the reality. If we do not invest now, we will pay later. We'll pay in teacher shortages, we'll pay in larger class sizes, we'll pay in declining student outcomes, and ultimately, we will pay in weakening of this entire community. I've heard the phrase rainy day fund used often. Respectfully, it's already raining, so where's your umbrella? And a rainy day fund is meant to be an umbrella, not something we hold on to, but something we open when storm begins. I want to define the word migration. It is the movement of people to a new area in search of better opportunities and living conditions. So what we are witnessing, and what you will witness, whether we name it or not, is the beginning of a historical migration of Isle of Wight County public school teachers. A migration of Isle of Wight teachers to neighboring districts so that their work can be valued, but provide the support they need when it matters most. So I'll leave you with this. If we refuse to open the umbrella now, if we refuse to see that our teachers are soaked by the weight of expectations, underpaid and undersupported, then we should not be surprised when our teachers find shelter somewhere else. Now, the next time you open an umbrella, remember how you close it on our teachers it's raining.
David Huntley.
Well, let me start off. I think I'm going to provide you a little bit of a commercial break here. But I have to say before I provide you the commercial break that after having 46 years in a career of education profession, I support and feel the pain of all this group behind me. Now for the commercial break. Good evening, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is David Hunley. I live at 210 Villa Drive in Smithfield. I am the director of the 1750 Isle of Wight County Courthouse Board. It is a pleasure to be standing in front of you tonight, this governmental body that was created and began its existence in the very building I'm representing. 275 years ago, last year, the concept of building a convenient location for the court system in Isle of Wight County was born. This year, we will be celebrating 250 years of independence and the creation of democracy for this county. As most of you know, this historic building was the seat of the county court system and county government for 50 years. In 1800, our governmental representation was moved to this location. The 1750 courthouse is a symbol of the development of self-government and exemplifies our rich history. It is our responsibility to share the history and educate those who enter its doors. Our mission at the courthouse is to preserve and interpret the 1750 Isle of Wight County Courthouse as a testament to America's legal heritage and to ensure stewardship of Virginia's historic legacy. We act as an ambassador for our county in sharing 1750 Courthouse's rich history. We welcome over 4,000 visitors in 2025 from this county, surrounding communities from all over the United States and several countries around the world. Acting as ambassadors, we have 20 docents. 3,000 volunteer hours were recorded this past year. We provide tours and programs to the general public and for specific group requests. We participate in community activities which highlight our history, and we work to maintain and preserve the courthouse's architectural uniqueness. We are requesting $5,000 from the county. The county's investment, along with our annual fundraisers, donations, and memberships, make our programs, projects, and most importantly, the preservation of the courthouse possible. We invite you to visit the 1750 Courthouse to experience firsthand the history we share with our visitors. And I invite all of y'all too. Emily Delk Simpson, Directress of the Isle of Wight branch of the Association for the Preservation of Virginia Antiquities, said in 1942 during the restoration process, quote, "We glory in the preservation of this old courthouse, which is of historical value to the town of Smithfield, Isle of Wight County, and the state of Virginia. Your support in the past has been appreciated and has been instrumental in preserving and maintaining the historic treasure, the 1750 Isle of Wight County Courthouse." Thank you very much for listening to me, and now back to your regular programming.
I'm going to read a few names in a row so you can prepare to come up, kind of like being on deck, right? So we're going to try that. I do want to call the next person in line. That's Herb DeGroff. I believe he had to leave, go to choir practice. So Herb, did you stick around? Okay. Next three, Jordan Luck, Stephanie Zwick, and Carolyn Mytel. If you could just make sure that you're ready after the next speaker. Thank you.
My name is Jordana Luck. I live over on Scotts Factory Road. I'm fairly new to Isle of Wight, only been here for 15 years. I do miss the county that we moved into. It's hardly recognizable anymore with all the growth. And of course, along with that growth was the promise that that would spread the burden. That has not happened yet. I no longer teach in the classroom, although this is my 30th year in education. I'm a disabled veteran, but don't worry, I'm not quite high enough to not have to pay property tax. So, all of these people that have spoken so eloquently for the past hour, absolutely true, every single thing they said. I work privately in education now. The thing is that more than one thing can be true at the same time. Our teachers deserve to be paid. I'm also from a family of emergency services. My father and brother were both firemen. My baby sister was a paramedic for 20 years. They deserve to be paid. Also true, we can't stand more tax increases and then an increased assessment on top of that. We're hurting, okay? Unfortunately, in social media here in our little county, it has been framed as you are either pro-education and emergency services or you're against it if you ask any questions about this budget. I am here to say that is not true. In my house, our budget has to match our resources. We don't get to write our list and then play with numbers to make it match. When I first started reading through this budget, I was amazed that down to the dollar, every single thing just matched. And then I realized it's because we're about to take on $30 million more in debt. I didn't know what that meant. I had to Google it. What does that mean when it says proposed bonded? It means you're using a credit card. We're already paying off the last debt. If I'm understanding this correctly, after education, which is the top expense, which it should be, third behind education and safety is paying off the last debt of, I think we're at 13 million now. So some other people have spoken about that there is some excess, and so perhaps to look into that. I agree with that. I also say, why are we spending $500,000 on a bathroom at the fairground to get used 10 days a year? I also say these shared use paths for walking and biking that more than half of the county's going to have to drive and park to get to take a walk. They're beautiful, but we don't need them today. We don't need them now. There are a lot of things in here that they're nice to have, but we can't have it today. Just like at my house, we're cutting back on gas and we're cutting back on groceries. We're going to have to do that as a county. I don't know. I don't have a whole lot else to say other than these things can all be true at the same time. And if you have excess, that's where it needs to come from. A lot of people have addressed the fact that the teachers aren't getting paid as much, and I do understand that. I do have to point out that we spend $2,000 more per child here in Isle of Wight than they do in, I believe it's Chesapeake and Newport News. Our superintendent makes, I think it's around 190 plus all of his perks, makes it 200,000. The median income in Isle of Wight is 45,000. Okay? These are real numbers. All these things can be true at the same time. And so to my fellow citizens, please don't run me out on a rail. I do love teachers and emergency services. Thank you very much for your time.
Stephanie?
Good morning, or good evening, members of the board. It's not morning anymore. My name is Stephanie Zwick. I am a tax-paying citizen. I live in the Newport district. I am the speech-language pathologist at Westside Elementary School. Go Eagles! But most importantly, my top job is I'm a mother. I am the parent of a student in these schools. My son is in the 7th grade at Smithfield Middle School, where he participates in the Gifted program, Junior Beta, and Young Men of Excellence. He comes home excited to talk about what he is learning and about the teachers who challenge him. He has so many past teachers in this class that I cannot thank them enough for what they have done for him. As a parent, there is nothing more reassuring than knowing your child is known by name, understood as an individual, and believed in by the adults around him. Because I have seen firsthand the difference that strong, dedicated educators make, both as a parent and professional, I cannot remain silent. I stand here today with genuine concern for my child's education, and concern for the futures of the teachers and all school staff in this county. Right now, many educators are asking a difficult question. Can I afford to stay here? And am I valued if I do? The county is currently proposing a $3 million increase to the budget, but the school division has already identified closer to $7 million to adequately staff our schools, maintain stability, and pay our educators what they deserve. The gap is not abstract. It represents classrooms left unfilled, services stretched thin, especially therapy services, and people we cannot keep. At the same time, a tax increase is being discussed, yet our schools are still not fully funding. It's mind-blowing. We're already losing ground. Neighboring divisions are paying significantly more, and our educators obviously know it. Many have previously stayed because they care deeply about this community and these students, but their dedication cannot pay their mortgage, and their patience is running thin. Retention is no longer about loyalty or passion. It becomes a question of whether people can afford to stay, and when they can't, our schools lose stability. For students, this is not just staffing, it's consistency disappearing and relationships being lost. If we stay on this path, we'll see more turnover, larger class sizes, and more classrooms led by long-term subs. That is not a future we can accept. This is not just an education issue, it's a decision about what kind of community we want to be. Strong schools strengthen property values, attract families, support local businesses, and sustain long-term county revenue. Underfunding schools does not save money, it weakens the foundation that creates it. Education is not an expense, it's an investment. There's also practical solutions people have talked about. The county's fund balance provides an opportunity to help close this gap. It's already collected funds, potentially reducing the need to place additional burden on taxpayers while still meeting critical school needs. So the question is not whether we can do more, it's whether we will. Because choosing not to fully fund our schools, it is a choice to accept continued turnover, growing instability, the loss of the very people who make our schools what they are. So tonight I am asking you clearly and urgently to fully fund our schools. Every delay increases the risk of losing more of our educators and staff, along with the stability, continuity, and trust in our schools. And once that's gone, it's far harder and more expensive to rebuild than it ever was to preserve. As you consider the decision, I ask you to picture my son. Picture every student that walks into a classroom. They're walking into that classroom where the support and the consistency that they relied on are no longer there. That is a real loss, and that will not be felt by you. It will be felt by them. So tonight, you all will decide, what are our children worth? Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Mitchell? Carolyn?
Carolyn Mitchell. Hi, my name's Carolyn Mitchell. I live at 121 Lenora Cove, Smithfield, Virginia. So I've lived in Smithfield since 2006. I've lived most of my adult life here. I got married here. I had my son here. I bought my first house here. I got my first job here. And we love the county schools. So I'm going to kind of speak as a parent and my experiences. So my son goes to Hardy Elementary School. He's been there for 3 years. It's been wonderful. The teachers there work so very hard. They go out of their way to make our kids feel loved. They go out of their way to create activities. I'm always getting pictures of what's happening at the school. There's all these field trips they get to do, and I know that my child is getting a great education. So for me, I'm very concerned that there's a very large possibility that teachers are leaving. And I know there's a large possibility that teachers are leaving because I myself am a teacher, and I actually worked for Alawite County Schools for 14 years. This year, I actually took a job in a different district. So last year, I actually came and spoke to the budget, and I was so happy that you guys approved the budget last year. That made me super happy. But before you approved it, I panic applied to other districts. So I panic applied and I got accepted, and I looked at the benefits and I weighed it. I love the people I work here with Alawite County. I love the kids that I work with. But when I looked at the benefits of moving to a different district, I decided it was time for me to go. So between last year to this year, I'm making $10,000 more in my new district. My benefits are much better in my district. My district offers college classes and cohorts where you can go and actually get your master's degree for free. I'm not trying to advertise, sorry. My husband actually got his reading specialist license through my district, which was a $45,000 William & Mary degree, and he is now a reading specialist in the district that we're in. Because we're both co-teachers there, our health insurance is so cheap because we both work for the district. We only pay $150 a month for a family plan. And one of the other things that is nice this year that I didn't have last year, I'm sorry, that I did not have to stress at all about getting my STEP. I feel like STEP should be guaranteed. It should never be something we're ever thinking about, we're not going to fund it. You should always fund a STEP. That is just like automatic. People are working their tails off. They deserve their STEP. Okay? I didn't have to worry about that. And honestly, I didn't even know if I was getting a raise. I was assuming what I was. I looked to see if I was getting a raise just because I was coming to this meeting. I'm getting a 3% raise next year. I didn't have to stress about it. These poor people have been stressing for months if they're going to get a raise, if they're going to get competitive pay. Years. I know, I was doing it last year too. So my concern is these teachers are knowing that they're going to leave because they're not going to get the raise. At least that's what it looks like right now, which I think we should fully fund it. they're going to leave and they're going to get accepted with open arms in these districts. Because I can tell you right now, my first week of my district, moving in my new district, they asked me to be a lead on my grade level and my content because I'm a 15-year teacher and I am a highly qualified teacher. I am someone they want in the classroom. They are going to be ecstatic that we are sending teachers to them. Okay, so I think we just need to evaluate and think long run. If our teachers leave, do we have the resources to hire people in? I don't think we do. The county I'm in right now, we have a college there and they're constantly recruiting people. Sure, we can get teachers in. They're not highly qualified all the time. We can get teachers. I don't think this district can even get subs in. We couldn't even get subs when I was teaching here last year in the district to cover us some days. So my concern is that my kid is going to walk into school next year, September, after Labor Day. He's going to walk into a classroom with either a long-term sub that has no teaching experience, and my child has been identified as gifted. So that's concerning for me. And I'm a teacher. My husband's a teacher, and I'm panicking at home with my husband. He's like, calm down, Carolyn, until they approve the budget. So I'm concerned he's going to walk in. He's either not going to have a qualified teacher, or he's not going to have a teacher at all. Because if the teachers that are talking about leaving leave, we won't have teachers in our district. We will have to outsource to someone, and that's going to cost money. I think if we don't approve the budget this year, it's going to be a long-term issue where next year you might have to have $14 million to fund the budget, not $7 million. So I really, really hope you guys take that into consideration. These teachers work hard. They deserve that raise. They deserve their step. And they're not asking to get paid what I'm getting paid. They just want a little bit of a raise.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Bridget Parr.
All right, to the honorable members of the Board of Supervisors, I am a resident and a proud student at Clarksville Elementary School, and also a very proud school nurse. I understand that you have a big decision to make, and you are hearing from the residents of the county and also employees that have two different views, and it's up to y'all to make the big middle ground. I want to start off thanking you for all the time and consideration and emails that you have read and speakers you've listened to about the new budget and increase in pay. I also want you to know it's not easy for me to speak on this issue, but I also want my voice and concerns to be heard, not only for myself, but the safety and education of your community will receive. I have been a nurse for 13 years, and within those 13 years, I have learned how to control my nerves and emotions during an emergency situation. I have performed CPR numerous times on an actual human, performed countless CPR training, managed respiratory issues and countless health issues which we treat in our clinics that have made me into the nurse I am today to be able to handle being the only licensed medical provider skilled and trained to take care of the students, teachers, and visitors in your buildings. The experience, hands-on, and knowledge gained in the years working as a nurse, the new nurses that will most likely fill the positions of experienced nurses due to the low pay scale would not have that. You have the power to ensure the safety of your students and everyone in your buildings by keeping the experienced nurses staff by increasing the budget. But the nursing staff is paid significantly less than surrounding areas, as teachers are struggling to meet the rising cost of living expenses, as are we. We have a wonderful team of experienced nursing staff. Sadly, many of them are nervous and struggling with the reality that we may not receive the pay increase and fear that they will not be able to stay. This saddens me and should also sadden you. Above, I stated I have been a nurse for 14 years, and just to put in the pay scale perspective, I now make close to what I was making as a new nurse 13 years ago, with 13 years of experience. At this rate, it may be hard to fill a nurse at all to cover your clinics and provide care for your students, staff, and visitors. We have nursing students in your clinic, and they are surprised at the pay rate and discouraged from working in your clinic solely due to the pay. It is understandable because myself and a few other staff members are working a second job through the year and also in the summer. The nursing staff may be small and possibly getting smaller. We stand together to provide excellent care to all of your buildings. We are already having to cover other clinics, leaving our designated clinic short-staffed to ensure proper care is given to each student, staff, and visitor in the county. The nursing staff has responded to numerous medical emergencies involving students and teachers. What is currently responding to your medical emergencies that have been a positive outcomes are your experienced nurses who love their jobs and their students. Who would you want responding? Again, I thank you for your time and careful consideration on this matter, and I ask that you put yourself in our shoes and ask the hard question: would you stay?
Thank you. Virginia Winslow.
To the members of Alawite County Board of Supervisors, my name is Brittany Winslow, and I am a reading coach at Westside Elementary School, and I'm a resident of this community, District 3. I'm speaking to you today not just in my role, but as someone who lives this work every single day alongside the educators you are being asked to support. You may not see it because you're not in our classrooms, and you do not see the teacher who skips lunch to support a struggling student. You do not see the one who goes home carrying the weight of wondering if they did enough. And you do not see the weight. As a reading coach, I have a unique lens, but I'm not removed from this reality. I am in it. I work beside teachers, I support them, and I carry many of the same expectations and pressures. My role is to support instruction, strengthen teaching practices, and ensure that struggling students receive the support they need to become successful readers. The work I do is not supplemental, and it is essential to whether the gap is closed or continues to widen. I see what happens when reading does not come easily. A child shuts down, confidence fades, and I see the educators who refuse to let that be the end of the story, showing up again and again because they believe those children can learn. But I also see something else. I see the breaking point. I see incredible educators, the kind you want for your own children, quietly asking themselves, how much longer can they keep doing this? Not because they do not love their students, but because love does not pay the bills, and it does not make them feel valued. And I say this as someone who is a part of this system and feels the same pressures. So I want to ask you something. What if this was something you did not just hear about, but something you lived with every day? What if it was your spouse who came home emotionally drained, exhausted, and questioned if they could keep going? What if it were your own child building a career in this profession, giving everything they had while feeling their worth was being questioned? Every single one of us is here today because of an educator who chose to pour into us, often without the recognition and without the compensation that matched their impact. We should not have to beg to be valued. And I want to speak for a moment as a resident of this county. While raises are necessary, increasing the taxes to fund them is not a sustainable solution for many who live and work here, especially when there are existing resources like a rainy day fund that exceeds the advertised targeted rate, resources that could be used to invest in the very people in this community that it depends on. This is not about whether educators deserve more. We do. It is about how we choose to prioritize and use the resources already available to truly support and retain the people in our classrooms. And the reality is this. If we want highly qualified educators in our classroom, we have to create conditions that attract and keep them. Without that, we will continue to see the positions go unfilled, class sizes increase, and the quality of instruction decline. Not because our educators are not capable, but because the conditions make it unsustainable. That impacts every single child in this county, because when a child cannot read, it impacts everything: their confidence, their access to content, and their future. Right now, we are at risk of losing the very people who are doing the work best, not because they're not dedicated or skilled, but because they are tired of feeling invisible. So I ask you to make this personal. If it were your child sitting in one of our classrooms that were struggling to read and needing someone who refuses to give up on them, would you want just anyone in that room, or would you want the very best educator that we have? This is not just about a raise. This is about dignity, respect, and whether this community truly values the people entrusted with its children. The question is, will you recognize it? Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Alawite County Board of Supervisors. My name is Alicia Reeves, and I am the reading coach at Hardy Elementary. And I stand before you tonight with a heavy heart, and with the honesty that many educators are afraid to say out loud. I am weighing whether I can remain in my position in Alawite County Schools, not because I want to leave, not because I am unhappy at my school, not because I do not love the students that I work with, my coworkers, or the community in which I serve. I am weighing it because loyalty and love do not erase financial strain. I am applying and have been interviewed in divisions closer to my home that compensate educators competitively, and more clearly, they demonstrate the value that they place on those who do the work. I am being forced to choose between financial stability and remaining loyal to a community that I care deeply about. And let me be clear tonight, this did not happen by accident.
This was avoidable. The county could have addressed this issue through the unassigned general fund while still maintaining millions in reserve for a true rainy day. Teachers should never be reduced to pleading for fair compensation when a practical solution already exists. This was never about whether it could be done. It is about whether the educators are important enough for you to do it. A few years ago, this division was competitive. I made $10,000 more by coming here. People wanted to work here, and people stayed here. Now we have fallen behind surrounding divisions, and teachers are leaving, or they're quietly planning their exit. Teachers did not create this problem. Budget priorities did. The board chose not to prioritize teacher pay. The board chose to let neighboring divisions pass us. And while all this is happening, teachers are being vilified, as if asking to keep up with inflation is greed, as if wanting to support our families is unreasonable. I love my school. I want to stay. Many of us want to stay. But wanting to stay does not pay our mortgages, it does not pay our grocery bills, it does not pay our insurance or our gas. So when the next teacher resigns and the next vacancy remains open, do not act surprised. The answer has been in this budget all along. You still have time to turn this around. Fully fund the requested $7.1 million and show our teachers that we are a priority. Give people a reason to stay. Because once enough educators leave, no budget can buy back what is lost. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shantae Denson, and I am the proud principal of Hardy Elementary School. And first, can I please have 6 minutes because I am representing my Hardy family standing behind me.
The people you're representing give up their time to speak.
Yes.
Okay. All right, hang on just a second. All right, go ahead.
Again, my name is Shantae Denson. I live in Carrollton, District 2, and I have served as the principal of Hardy Elementary School for the past 11 years. In my 22 years as an educator and 17 years as an administrator in 2 school divisions, this is my first time speaking to the county board regarding any concerns, much less the budget. However, I am speaking to you today on behalf of my teachers, my colleagues, administrators, regarding the current funding of Alawite County Schools. Our school division is losing high-quality teachers and staff due to inadequate compensation and low pay. This is happening now, and we are already paying the price. The recent compensation study showed that Alawite County School teachers ranked among the lowest in the region. Most neighboring rural school divisions offer higher pay to both teachers and administrators, which places our school division at a significant advantage in both recruitment and retention. The taxpayers and the parents of this county should understand clearly that we, as administrators, are begging our teachers to stay, yet they continue to leave because they cannot afford to support their families due to daily living costs, college tuition, and the need to prepare for retirement. It has been suggested that increasing school funding would require raising taxes. This presents a false choice between supporting taxpayers, emergency services, and public education. Funding schools is the responsibility of this board. The county maintains a fund balance, or a savings account, if you will. Allocating a portion of those funds to address a documented and urgent compensation issue is both reasonable and responsible. However, this alarmed me. 10 years ago, as much as 36.5% of the county's budget was allocated to Alawite County schools. Within the past 4 years, that number has dropped to 28.6%. Between fiscal years 16 and 20, Alawite County Schools Division averaged the allocation from the Board of Supervisors at about 35.3%. In the past 5 years, fiscal year 21 through 26, that average has dropped to 31.5%. Remember, the beginning balance was 36.5%. This has resulted in millions of dollars of lost revenue to our school division. Why has funding for education decreased over the past 10 years while our county continues to experience significant growth as one of the fastest growing counties in the entire state? As a result of the decrease in funding in fiscal year 2017, the cumulative loss to Alawite County schools is over $20 million. This begs the question, is the $29 million fund balance a result of not supporting schools at 36.5% of the county's budget over the past 10 years? I ask that this board investigate this information and report with an answer. Again, in my 11 years as principal, I have witnessed significant new housing developments, businesses across the county, new housing communities such as Mallory Point, Ben's Grant, and consistent growth in Cypress Creek with homes starting in the mid $500,000 range, which reflects a growing and thriving tax base. Most builders who start new communities allocate portions of new construction to the schools for funding, yet it remains unclear how those funds are being used to support education. If it is it reasonable to ask, how are those funds being allocated? Are they being directed to the school division in addition to the standard annual allocation? At the same time, many of our educators cannot afford to live in the very community that they serve. What message does that send to our teachers? That they're good enough to educate our children but not valued enough to be a part of our community? Last year, I lost 3 highly effective and licensed teachers to neighboring school divisions, offering approximately $10,000 more in salary, along with sign-on bonuses. One of those teachers, which she was here tonight and spoke, Ms. Mitzel, she had a 98% average pass rate on her math SOL tests last year. This year, I am possibly losing my reading coach, who also just spoke. And depending on the decision for your budget, one of the most important positions in the school, she is not leaving the profession, but she's leaving to go to a nearby division for possibly $8,000 to $10,000 more. She will receive the state-supported raise, and as a principal, I cannot compete with that, as no principal should be expected to. When experienced educators leave, please imagine how this will impact our children. 1, our class sizes of an average of 18 will increase to 25 to 30. Instruction declines as teachers are stretched beyond capacity due to behaviors in the classroom. Students are taught by unlicensed or long-term substitutes recommended by consulting agencies or online job sites such as Indeed. And if we don't get the necessary raise, we may actually have to rely on hiring international teachers who often arrive.
Your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a 10-minute break. We're gonna reconvene. Could we have a Miss Hopper Wise come up?
Good evening. My name is Harper Wise and I live in Smithfield. I am a third grader at Hardy Elementary School. I love my school and I really love my teachers. They make learning fun and they help me when things are hard. They care about us and they want us to do our best. Because of them, I feel happy and safe at school every day. My teachers are very important to me and all the students at my school. But I learned that teachers in Isle of Wight County are paid less than teachers in nearby places. That makes me sad because I don't want to lose my teachers or see them have to leave. They work so hard and they deserve to be paid fairly. Please keep our amazing teachers by paying them what they deserve. Thank you for listening to me.
Irene Darling.
It's a hard one to follow.
Good evening. My name is Irene Darling, and I'm a proud Hardy Mustang. I am here tonight to make sure history does not repeat itself. A few years ago, I sat in support of fellow educators at a Board of Supervisors meeting in a neighboring district who were arguing for a bigger piece of the budget to give teachers raises. They were told no. The mass exodus began. Highly qualified teachers went to other districts. Class sizes grew. Many math, reading interventionists, and reading coaches were forced back into the classroom to make up for the loss. Despite sign-on bonuses and easier pathways to becoming a teacher, there were many teaching spots left unfilled. Next, ESL teachers and tag teachers and even some of the reading coaches lost their positions or were put back into the classroom. Each time, this put a burden on me because I got to do the reading and the math intervention. Now I got to provide ESL services and communicate with these parents because there's not the support there. Now the teachers down the hall, the new teachers that are hired, they don't have a reading coach, so I'm left to help my fellow new teacher do their job along with my growing class size. The teacher shortage really impacted the SPED students because the special educations now had huge class loads, leaving me with a lot of SPED students in my classroom with no support because they often had to do multiple grade levels. After COVID, things got even worse. Many preschool classrooms were closed, and those teachers were placed in high-need grade levels. When I left 2 years ago, many of these classes were staffed with substitutes with no education background and were provided with little or no training. Some classes were being taught via Zoom by the few experienced teachers left in the building. So it is easy to see why this veteran teacher left that district. I was burned out from trying to provide for all the needs in her classroom because there was no support. Is this what you want for Isle of Wight County? But why would this nationally board certified teacher apply only to only one district, Isle of Wight County? Why did I take a $10,000 salary pay cut to come here? Because I believe in Isle of Wight County Public Schools. I believe it does what's best for students, families, and employees. I started my teaching career at Hardy Elementary under Richard Crawford. I had many amazing mentors there. We had a diverse student population, but we worked hard as a family and team to provide for the needs of our students that were successful. Coming to Hardy was coming back home. So you may be wondering, why did I leave Hardy if I loved it so much? Because this then young teacher and her mechanic husband couldn't afford to buy a house in Isle of Wight County. And we're told, due to overcrowding, that we might not be able to keep bringing our children here. Please don't let history repeat itself. Please fund the teacher salary so new teachers can afford to live here, veterans teachers stay, and Isle of Wight County Public Schools can attract and keep highly qualified teachers. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Sean Bensko.
Good evening. My name is Shauna Van Skyver, and I reside in the Carrollton District. There were lots of people here tonight to tell you about numbers. I want to talk to you about people. Mr. Scarata, Miss Luong, Miss Midnight, Miss Morgan, Miss Purtle, Miss Hurst, Miss Chapman, Miss Pryor, Miss Ferguson, Miss Goodwin Hunter, Mr. Rice, Miss Greenwell, Miss Andrea, Mr. Lilly, Miss Mullins, Miss Sorrell, Miss Pearson, and others that I have definitely left off that list. Those are a long list of teachers that have helped shape my children. I'm not from here. We moved here right at the start of the pandemic. So that doesn't include their exploratory teachers or their other dedicated staff members that they encounter daily. Many of those people that I listed live in our county, some products of this system. Anytime I see one of these teachers in the public, they speak to me and ask about my children. These people are vested, and I know that they have helped raise my children, and I'm eternally grateful for that. I know that it hasn't been easy. They are seasoned teachers, the ones that we need to stay. To lose a single one of these teachers would be devastating. My daughter is a 5th grader in the county. I know I've mentioned to you both in email and on social media that her first-year teacher quit mid-year this year. I've been in the profession since 2005. When I started, it was unheard of for a teacher to quit mid-year. This fortunately is not the case in current times. I know that her school worked hard this year to keep that teacher, but their efforts did not pan out, and my family, along with close to 50 others, maybe even more, were impacted. I have been concerned for my daughter's overall academic progress, her behavior, and the strain that such a change like this can cause. I've watched her change overall as a learner and a student this year, something I already knew was confirmed this year. Retaining seasoned teachers and recruiting dedicated new ones is vital to student success. I'm a counselor at Windsor Elementary. The strain of low pay has hit our school hard this year. We started this year without a librarian, followed by a music teacher, then a coding teacher. We still do not have a librarian. Our library is currently closed. For the entire first part of the school year, Windsor Elementary started the day down more staff members than we had subs. The amount of work that went into securing our current music teacher, who is finishing his degree to be a teacher, was not an easy task. There was a recruitment process and an agreement with the university that he attends to get him to fill that role at our school. I could go into great detail about how great he is, but I don't have enough time. Recently, I had a conversation with him in which I asked, "Hey, you coming back next year, right?" He told me he loves our school and he loves his students, but he didn't realize until recently that schools in the 757 pay differently. He thought as an educator he'd get paid the same anywhere he works. He admitted he's still learning and he didn't know how everything worked when it came to education. And he said he pulled the pay scale for the division in which he resides closest to and realized that he can make $6,000 more a year without a commute. I felt the feeling that I often feel when we lose teachers of great quality to go to neighboring divisions for more money. Now, he didn't say he was sure he was going to leave, so I just want to clarify that. I say this all to say we need these raises to help retain the teachers and staff that we have. I've been fighting for this since 2023 when I privately questioned Mr. Collick and the school board about not getting step-up increases in our pay. It has taken 3 years to get here, to this point where we have so many people standing up to say that this is a priority. Our division is finally moving forward and is able to prioritize the people this year. This speaks volumes. Many teachers here and at home have waited for this moment, and the outcome of what feels like a battle is the deciding factor for many. We know our school board values us. The question now is, do all of you? Teachers and staff will leave tonight knowing that the decision is in your hands. I do want to say that I do appreciate the forward progress that has happened over the past 2 years. I understand that things do not happen overnight. Ms. Roundtree, I know that you've been instrumental in much of our progress, and that does not go unnoticed. We see you and we hear you. We want the rest of the board to support us too and find a way to make this happen.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Everett. I live in District 4, and the reason for me to speak tonight is twofold. One, I'm a teacher here in Allouez County Schools, but I'm also a parent of a kindergartner. Yes, I deserve to be fairly compensated, as do all of the others here tonight. But the number one reason, my biggest concern, is the number of vacancies left in the wake of this board underfunding us. Some of the board members have spoken of being a product of Allouez County and what that did for you. And I know some of your children went through this system too. but I would almost guarantee that none of you have had the same worries and concerns that I have had as a parent, wondering if I can get him through the next 12 years. Will there be people there to teach him? I doubt any of you actually had to think about that. When you were in school, people were taking care of the system, and that afforded you to be well educated. And your children receive that same benefit. Shouldn't mine? Don't the children of my son's generation count as much as the kids that came before him? If you don't have skin in the game, maybe it doesn't matter as much to you, but it should. This isn't about paying me more. It's about getting qualified people in the door. This isn't a problem that might happen. We're already there. 600 plus kids on one side of the county have gone this year without a librarian, a music teacher, and a coding teacher. That's poor. We're better than that, and our kids deserve better than that. A real education isn't a luxury. It's a human right. It's a right that is your job to afford these children. There have been a lot of finger pointing between the boards, this board and the school board. Frankly, I think everyone needs to take some accountability. Allo-White isn't in a unique position compared to the other counties in this state. There is a nationwide educator shortage. We know that. We're not the biggest, we're not the smallest, we're not the richest, we're not the poorest. But in Virginia, 207 school districts in this state have had to raise their pay, and we are the fourth from the lowest out of 207 districts to have a pay increase over the last 5 years. That is a choice. That is a straight up choice made by leadership of both boards. As far as the fund balance goes, I appreciate your thoughts and your preparedness to handle unplanned expenditures, but are you truly listening to people when they come up here and explain the issues that are facing the division? The impression I was given from some of these board members is that rating agencies and how strong our savings account looks to a bank seems more important than the well-being of your citizens. Nobody wants to raise taxes. We might not need to, but the messaging has been from some of you that raising taxes is the absolute worst thing you can do, worse than not taking care of the children in this county. What does that say about us? When I think about how you run a county, it's like running a household. You need savings. You need to have savings in your bank account, but you pay your bills first. You don't neglect the mortgage while you're sitting on extra money in case the roof needs to be fixed. You pay the mortgage first, and folks, we're your mortgage. Us, first responders, and county staff are your biggest and your first payment. We're not the cable bill you cut. You pay us or you get foreclosed on. As board members, one of you board members have stated, you don't have 5 cars in the driveway when you only have 2 drivers. You've spoken of collective bargaining. This is your chance to get ahead of it. If you don't, this might come back around to you, and $7.1 million is going to be looking real good then. The board's financial discomfort should not override doing the right thing. And deep down, you all know what that is. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Brittany Newberry. I live in District 5 in Carsville. You might remember me, I was here last week talking about the Wildcats. So I'm not a teacher, I actually work in tech. I don't know if you all saw my email, but I reviewed your entire 386-page document to find where you can move your money, which I responded to Mr. Ely, so thank you. I'm a parent of 2 graduates of Windsor High School, 1 current student of Windsor High School, 3 students at Georgie Tyler, and 1 at Carsville. Through my children, I engage regularly with over 30 teachers a year, 30 in your community, along with principals, nurses, and coaches. I also recognize the roles of first responders across the county who help keep our children safe every day. 7 years ago, my family made the decision to leave Kellam District of Virginia Beach Schools and move to this county because of the reputation Allo-White schools had. We believed in your school system, and we still do. We've invested our family into this community because of it. I'm a very involved parent. I attend all conferences. I respond quickly to any issues teachers raise regarding my children. I show up to events. I volunteer. I support classrooms in any way I can. I have personally gifted classroom lunches, a portable AC unit for an overheated classroom,
teachers' gifts, art supplies, technology supplies, and additional material to help teachers set up and run their classrooms. I share this because I see firsthand the dedication and time, personal sacrifices your teachers pour into my children and everyone else's. It is immeasurable. So when I heard this statement, we didn't get this way over last year. This was built up over years and years and nobody actually complained. I honestly was taken back. Just because nobody complained does not mean that there wasn't a problem. It means people were showing up, doing their jobs, and quietly carrying more than they should have for years. As a parent, I'm here to say that that was not acceptable anymore. Mallory Point is bringing 812 new homes. Barrett Station is adding 292 homes. South Harbor is adding 340 homes. That is a total of 1,400 new homes coming in the next 5 years. Bringing in hundreds of new families and students into a system that is already stretched thin is unacceptable. We are growing, but we are not planning. Because strong communities require strong support systems, that means our schools and our first responders. If we're bringing in this level of growth, we must also be investing in the people who educate our children and the people who keep them safe. And if we fail to do that, we are taking a very real risk of losing teachers and first responders due to the ongoing pay gaps. That means larger class sizes, potentially doubling, and the possibility of our children being taught by non-licensed professionals just to fill the gaps. This is unacceptable. I did not move to this county to be taught by my kids, to be taught by teachers who are not professionals. So I'm going to stand here to these teachers behind me. To the teachers and staff that support my children, if you strike, I will support you. If you feel the need to stand to be heard, I will support you. And if you decide to leave this county for a better opportunity, while I will be disappointed for my children, I will continue to support you because you deserve better. To the board, I also say respectfully, if you choose to fund this request, it should not stop there. You should require a formal audit to the school board, along with clear and transparent breakdown of where excess spending can be trimmed, not to take away from our schools, but ensure sustainability so that we are not back here year after year in the same conversation. Accountability and support should go hand in hand. Thank you for your time.
Ashley Moorfield.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Feinstein Moorfield. I am a resident of Isle of Wight County and I reside in Carrollton. Okay, and I am also speaking tonight on behalf of the proposed budget submitted by the school board for Isle of Wight County schools. Whether this budget is supported through taxes or the rainy day fund referenced in the Smithfield Times, there will naturally be questions about where this money is coming from and where it is going. But the reality is, costs will go up regardless. As the saying goes, nothing is certain except death and taxes. What we are deciding tonight is what those taxes or those excess funds will support. Strong schools are not just a benefit to students, they are an investment in the entire, or for the entire community. Now, I want to speak as a parent. I currently have 2 children enrolled in Isle of Wight County schools, and in the fall, I will have 3. Like any parent, I want them to receive the best education possible. I have learned through social media and hearsay, and here, that if we do not receive this raise, they will go to neighboring districts, the other teachers will go to neighboring districts for higher pay. So where does that leave my children? What happens when there is a teacher shortage next year? How will class sizes be comparable to those in surrounding districts? Because I know that class sizes will increase significantly. When students no longer have access to the quality education we expect and know that we are capable of providing. I have serious concerns, and if this budget does not pass, I will have a follow-up email scheduled to go out at the end of May, and I will be expecting answers to these follow-up questions. Finally, and most importantly, I want to speak as an educator. I am a 4th grade teacher at Westside Elementary School, and I am tired. I have dedicated my life to my students and my career. The countless hours outside of my contract time, the multiple roles I've taken on, and the responsibilities that I carry out do not equate to the pay that I receive. Right now, I am teaching 47 students in an auditorium. I volunteered to do this when my partner went on maternity leave and we could not find a long-term substitute, even after 5 months of searching, because I believed it was the best option for our students. They deserved a quality teacher. Now I am doing the job of 2 people every single day, bringing home the workload of 2 people and still trying to make ends meet with no additional compensation. I also tutor 5 individual students outside of school hours. My husband, who is also a teacher in this county, teaches homebound students on the side, working an additional 30 to 50 hours a month just so our family can stay afloat. That should not be the reality for college-educated professionals who are responsible for educating the next generation. If the budget is not approved, expectations moving forward need to be clear. Do not expect me or any other teacher to continue working outside of contract hours. Do not expect administrators to do so either. If a parent reaches out for me at 4:01 p.m. on a Friday, they will not receive a response until 8:26 a.m. on a Monday. If that becomes an issue, I will direct those concerns to you and provide them with your emails so you can explain the expectations that have been set. And if you have any doubts with approving the budget, I invite you to come see it for yourself. Visit me at 800 West Main Street, walk through the front office and into that auditorium and spend a day in my shoes. If you still believe that teachers do not deserve this raise, then step in and do what I do every day and say that with confidence. I would welcome the break. And I would genuinely like to see someone else take on a responsibility that many would walk away from with no additional compensation. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kawasi Wibush. I reside in Hampton, and I'm proud to be both an employee and proud product of Alawite County Public Schools. I serve in behavior support where every single day I work alongside educators who are nothing short of exceptional. I'm here tonight to advocate for something that should not be up for debate: fair, competitive pay for our teachers. Teaching is one of the most misunderstood professions there is. From the outside, it's easy to assume people understand what happens in a classroom. It's easy to believe it's manageable, even simple. But unless you've lived it, you truly do not know. You don't see a teacher delivering instruction while also managing a student in crisis. You don't see the emotional weight of supporting children facing trauma, instability, and uncertainty. You don't see the hours that extend far beyond the school day, the planning, the problem solving, the worrying that follows when home. And yet, our teachers continue to show up. Not halfway, not conditionally, they show up fully. For our students, for our schools, and for this community. In my role, I see them in the moments that don't make headlines. I see them de-escalate situations that most people would walk away from. I see them remain composed under pressure that will break others. I see them give everything they have, not because they're required to, but because they care. But here's the truth. We cannot ignore anymore. Care is not compensation. Passion does not pay bills, dedication does not keep pace with rising costs, and love for students should never be the reason professionals are expected to settle for less. So I ask you, plainly and urgently, what is the plan if our teachers decide they simply cannot afford to wait? Because right now they have options. They can go 20 minutes down the road and earn significantly more, sometimes $10,000 more a year, for the same work, the same calling, and the same impact. 20 minutes for a completely different level of financial stability. And when they make that choice, it won't matter what our long-term plans are, because the very people those plans depend on will no longer be here. I recognize and appreciate the proposed increase from $3 million to $4.57 million. That is a step and it matters. But this moment calls for more than acknowledgement. It calls for urgency, because this is not just a budget conversation, this is a retention decision. We cannot afford to slowly respond to a problem that is happening in real time. Appreciation without urgency begins to feel like delay. Progress without pace begins to feel like falling behind. Our teachers are not dealing with future challenges, they are navigating today's realities right now in our classrooms. This is about more than numbers on a spreadsheet. This is about respect, this is about sustainability, and this is about whether Alawite County schools will continue to be a place where great educators choose to stay or a place they feel forced to leave. Our teachers are shaping the future of this community every single day. The question is, are you willing to match their commitment with decisive action? Not later, not eventually, but now. Because when we support our teachers, we protect our students, and we protect our students, we protect the future of this entire community. The very educators who worked a full day, who are tired, who have already given so much, are here tonight, still standing, still advocating for what's right. And despite everything, they will show up again tomorrow morning for our students. The question is, will you?
Dakota Moorfield.
Good evening, Board. I don't have any prepared remarks, but that's okay. I'm pretty good from the hip.
State your name.
All right. My name is Dakota Moorfield. I'm a resident of Carrollton. I'm a teacher at Westside. I've been there for 5 years. And I have to say it's been some of the best and worst times. Best because I have a wonderful team. I have great leadership. I have great peers. I honestly love working there. I took a pay cut to become a teacher. I was a 10-year veteran first. I worked on the corporate side, medical. I did troops to teachers because teaching was always my dream. But I'll tell you, 15, 20 years ago, I knew I could not afford to do it. So when I became a veteran, I worked on the side doing healthcare. I got burned out. I did the numbers and I said, hey, man, I can finally become a teacher. I can finally live my dream. And it was wonderful. Hard, hard, let me tell you. But it was wonderful. But in the 5 years since, it has become unlivable. I'm exhausted. Exhausted. My wife spoke earlier. My friends spoke earlier. My peers spoke earlier. I work nonstop to pay the bills. And that's as a veteran. That should tell you something about our community, our economy, where it's at. I look at my peers, I look at my coworkers, and I question, how can they afford to live? Because myself is 3 incomes. My wife is 2 incomes. And we're hitting 0. We're getting this close every month. I'm questioning, how long can I sustain this? And every year it's gotten worse. Over the 5 years, I've had to increase my additional work on the side. She mentioned it earlier. I work homebound, and I enjoy providing homebound services to our county. It's honestly, it's what's keeping me in this business of providing education, because I get to have a one-on-one real relationship with a student and help them grow and succeed. I've helped kids graduate who were never going to graduate, who are going to age out, who had brain surgery, couldn't go to school. Various things that kept them out of school. I helped them get their education. But with that also comes time away from home, time away from my family. Even if I'm working from home, are you really home? No. A typical day for me starts at 6 a.m. I get up, we get the kids to school, I go to Westside. I teach, I leave. I get home about 4:30. In between the hours of 4:30 and 9 p.m., I will typically do 2.5 to 3 hours of homebound services. But what you're forgetting is, as everyone in this room knows, how many teachers do work after school? Raise your hand. Okay, so let me ask you a question. If I'm working on the side, when am I doing that work for my own students? Late at night. So on average, I go to bed 11, 11:30, 12 o'clock every night, Monday through Friday. Guess what? Sometimes I also provide those services on Saturday. But because I love my kids, I love my community, and obviously I need to take care of my family, I'm going to do what I need to do. But it is getting harder and harder to make the decision to stay here, and I want to stay here. Because I am that teacher who loves their students. I am that teacher who will show up on Nike Park on Saturdays to watch them play soccer. Okay? Even though I'm exhausted. But that's because we love our community. We just want to be compensated the same way. Thank you.
Amy Hurst, H-I-R-S-T, there she is, and John.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Amy Hurst, and I am proud to be a 4th grade teacher at Westside Elementary School. I am also a resident of this community. I want to begin simply. I love this place. I love Windsor Castle Park. I love our downtown. I love the traditions, the parades, and the sense that this is a place where people can and do belong. This is a community people have chosen, and we have chosen too. But I need to say something plainly because it matters. The people educating this community cannot afford to continue living in it. Every day, teachers in this county give far more than what is written in a contract. We give our time, our energy, our resources, and often parts of ourselves that will never come back at the end of the day or otherwise. We do that because we believe in our students and because we care for our future. But belief does not make a system sustainable. The school board has already done the hard work for you. They have presented a budget that reflects what is needed, not just for today, but for the future of this county. And while there have been small steps forward, a raise here, a bonus there, those are not solutions. They are temporary answers to a permanent problem. They do not close the gap with neighboring districts. They do not retain experienced educators, and they do not allow teachers to build stable lives here in the community we serve. And I need to be very clear about something tonight. We have options, not as a threat, but as a reality you need to fully understand, and a desperate plea from somebody who wants to continue living in the community that I've grown to love and serve. To be quite frank, I aspire to be and believe that I have grown into the kind of teacher you want your children to have. I say that with humility, but also with honesty. I've been nominated for Teacher of the Year multiple times. I've had the honor of serving as Teacher of the Year. I have been and still am serving as grade chair for the 4th grade. I am on the school leadership team. I have decorated for community events because it matters to our students and the family we serve. I have worked on curriculum adoption committees that shape what our students learn. I stay late. I show up. I have tutored students after school and before on my own time and my own dime because they needed more than what a school day could give them. And I am not alone. The teachers who stand before you tonight are not disengaged. We are not doing the bare minimum. We are the ones leading in this work. We are the ones building the relationships, holding classrooms together, and investing the future of this country or county in ways that go far beyond our job descriptions. We are the teachers that students come back to visit after they're promoted to the next grade level with smiles on their faces. That is lasting impact. When we say we have options, what we are really saying is this: the very teachers this county depends on are the ones most able to leave it and are welcomed in other districts with open arms and massive pay raises. We are still here not because we have to be, but because we have chosen to be. We've chosen to invest our lives in this community, to teach children who live beside us, and to believe that if we take care of what's in front of us, we can build something beautiful together. But there is a limit to what commitment can carry. Care does not pay a mortgage. Dedication does not offset the cost of living, and passion alone cannot keep teachers here. My husband and I have built our lives here because it is a safe community, because it's close to our family, and because it's where we want to be. But the truth is, if my household became a single income tomorrow, we could not afford to remain here. That is not sustainable, and it is not acceptable for the people who are giving their lives to you. You have invested in making Isle of Wight County a beautiful place, and it is. But beauty is not what sustains a community. People do. And right now, people responsible for educating this county's children are being asked to carry more than they can afford to carry. So tonight, I'm asking you clearly and directly, fully fund the school board's budget, not partially, not gradually. Because if we cannot afford to invest in, if we can avoid to invest in the spaces that make this county beautiful, we must be willing to invest in the people who make it strong. And right now, that strength is sitting in classrooms, waiting to see if this community will choose them back.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Hurst. Live here in Smithfield. My family's been here for about 20 years now. You just heard my wife speak. Don't want to take up a lot of your time. Been thinking about what to say for the last week or so. What's hit me tonight is local roots, global reach. But right now, all the people behind me, they're what growing the roots for this community. You need to protect them before they leave and this place dies. Thank you.
Greenwood.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Jackie Greenwood, and I am a reading interventionist at Westside Elementary School. I'm here tonight representing an amazing family of educators, leaders, and students that I work with on a daily basis. And I'm speaking in strong support of the proposed fiscal year 2027 school budget. Over the past week, actually the past couple weeks and months, I've had informed conversations with colleagues and followed numerous discussions within the media. Two key insights have compelled me to speak out. Firstly, it has come to light that Isle of Wight educators are not only the lowest paid amongst numerous school districts in our area, we are also at the bottom, looking across the entire state of Virginia. Isle of Wight's salary percentage increase for its school staff over the last 5 years is the 4th lowest in Virginia, out of 131 school divisions. 4th lowest. That is deeply concerning. It shows that our pay scale has not kept pace with surrounding districts or the rising cost of living. It is beyond time to catch up. The question becomes unavoidable. How much are educators truly valued in this county? Secondly, I learned that the county currently holds roughly $29 million, about 25.9 wiggle room there, percent of the total budget, and an unassigned fund balance. From an outsider's perspective, this level of reserves seems more than sufficient for emergencies. 25.9% is well above the 15% required by county policy and the 16.7% recommended by the National Association of Counties. I don't claim expertise in matters of finance. Reading is my thing, but a quick bit of personal research yielded some additional information as to recent trends and guidance on government rainy day funds. According to NASPO's Fall 2025 fiscal survey, median rainy day fund balances as a percentage of spending are expected to tick back up to 14.4% for state governments in fiscal year 2026. Back up to about 14.4%. This is a much lower percentage than Isle of Wight's roughly 25%. Per NACO, too much in a rainy day fund indicates a failure to make investments in needed infrastructure or services. I argue this: education is not a place to hold back investment. We are a service and a critical one. If unassigned funds are available and can be allocated, I urge you to invest them in your teachers and students. If this budget is not fully funded, the consequences will be immediate and serious, an emergency. We will see a significant increase in staff turnover. Teachers are already exploring employment opportunities in neighboring districts for the upcoming school year. We don't want to leave, but we need salaries that align with the cost of living. Many of our educators are working second jobs or seeking stipend opportunities to meet financial obligations. When experienced teachers leave, we lose years of knowledge and stability, and our students pay the price. We can expect vacancies that sit unfilled, especially for critical positions per VDOE. These currently include top 3, special education, elementary education, and middle education. Without competitive pay, Isle of Wight simply cannot compete with surrounding districts for qualified educators. Who will pay the price? Our students. As vacancies grow, so will class sizes. Larger class sizes make it more difficult to meet individual student needs and maintain positive learning environments. This affects student behavior, achievement, overall classroom climate, and quite possibly accreditation. In closing, I humbly ask for your support for the proposed 2027 school budget. Behind every line of this budget are real people, educators, students, and families who trust in our schools. Your decision will carry real and lasting consequences. I hope it reflects the value we place on their futures. The well-being of our community depends on it. Thank you.
Jessica Brennan.
Members of the board, Mr. Chairman, and fellow citizens, my name is Jessica Brannon. I'm a teacher at Windsor High School. Tonight, I am formally submitting a petition of over 1,000 signatures from community members, parents, students, and staff. These people stand united in supporting a fully funded request of the school budget.
I will also be sharing the personal comments that they submitted, along with the data regarding the consistent fund balance access, and I will email a digital copy of the signatures as well. A common refrain here is that the county must save for a rainy day to keep our credit score high. For 10 years, you have built a safety net so formidable it has become the pride of this administration. But when the roof starts leaking, a household pulls from those funds to fix it. Board members, our roof is leaking. Who is this safety net for? Is it for the distant creditors who want a massive balance on a spreadsheet? Or is it for the teachers, the deputies, the firemen, and the taxpayers in this room? A safety net that is never used while the very people it is meant to protect are falling is not a safety net, it's a hoard. Let's look at the data. County policy dictates maintaining an unassigned fund balance of 15%. That's the floor. Yet as of FY24, we are sitting on nearly $30 million. With our required minimum of roughly $17 million, this county is holding over $10 million in sheer access. I know you fear the money won't be there next year, but let's be honest about your track record. You have had more than $5 million extra dollars flowing into that fund for almost 10 years now. This is a pattern of chronic under-budgeting that artificially inflates a savings account with tax dollars, money that is not being put to work for our citizens. The solution is simple. Move the money and readjust your models. This board has continually fought against funding our schools, and that is largely why we are falling behind our neighboring districts. Our requested budget is a baseline for survival. It includes legally required special education teachers, as well as lunch and resource monitors, so elementary teachers can actually get a planning period without an additional duty piled on. If you do not completely fund this request, we face devastating costs that will destroy our staff retention and sacrifice student success. We will lose our best educators, and we will be standing right back here in this room having this exact same fight next year, as we have in past years, whether you listened or not. You expect the public to take on a tax hike to protect our bond rating. Fearing a minor tax rate increase, I want you to think about the human interest rate we are paying right now. When a veteran educator leaves because they can't pay their mortgage, that's an interest rate. When our SPED students lack resources, and when our firefighters and deputies are denied competitive raises, that's an interest rate. This is a rate that this community can no longer afford. There's a better way. Moving just $5 million from the access into the general fund, you accomplish three powerful things. First, you fully fund the requested school budget. Second, you provide raises for our public safety officers. Third, you can reject the proposed tax increase. And do you know what happens to the county's savings? You still have over $18 million in the bank, well above the mandatory 15% safety net. Members of the board, a bond rating is a tool, not the goal. The goal is a thriving community. Stop looking at the spreadsheets and start looking at the people in this room. Put our immediate human needs ahead of a hypothetical fear of a creditor's opinion. Prioritize Isle of Wight, fund our schools, pay our firefighters, and reject the tax hike. Remember who you serve. Thank you.
Little?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Board of Supervisors. My name is Glenn Little. I'm in District 5. I live on the 8100 Fire Tower Road. I don't envy you all with your decisions you've got to make from listening to all these speeches tonight. I've read your March 19th 5-year update of the Envisioning the Isle Comprehensive Plan and this budget proposal that recommends an increase in property taxes, which I see a lot of the increases going to support the infrastructure such as schools and public safety, which we need, but is really due to the unchecked growth that has been allowed to go on in the county. Raising the property taxes based on the figure studies, the increased growth will not pay for the increased infrastructure in the foreseeable future. And that was based on studies that were paid for by the county that have been done. So really the only group benefiting from this unchecked growth are the developers. Okay, you can say the landowners, but well, okay, yeah, no doubt about it. But really the developers and then they walk away, and none of them are standing here to help you with the challenges that you've got. So I would offer you, I've always been taught that you can't complain without offering a solution, okay? And so my recommendation would be that the developers be required to pay a proffer up front to cover the increased infrastructure cost, schools, public safety, whatever, and pay that up front to cover at least 10 years of those increased costs. Okay? And that would do two things. That would, one, pay for that infrastructure that we need to sustain the quality of life for everybody that you've all heard about, but also it would assist you in your challenge of how to control the growth in that. And you're the stewards of our tax dollars, and that's an important value. And you can say, yeah, we haven't seen an increase in property tax rate in several years, but that was primarily due to the raise in property values, okay? And so the county enjoyed increased tax revenues just by sitting there, okay? That's oversimplification, I realize, but it's a fact, okay? And so, we need to control the growth. County still needs to grow, but we need to control that rate of growth and maintain the infrastructure and provide for that. And really the ones that are profiting, the developers, you don't see any of them here, I haven't heard one yet. They need to step up to the plate or find somewhere else to develop. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Susan, I guess it's W-A-I-B-L?
Wable.
All right, thank you.
Wable like table. Thank you all. Let me still stay. Thank you.
My name is Susan Wable. I'm in the Newport District. I'm a teacher at Carrollton Elementary, a proud teacher at Carrollton Elementary. I was here last year doing this exact same thing, begging to be paid, which I think is a ridiculous waste of my time. As I stated last year, Nelson Mandela said, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. Publicly refusing to pay their teachers a fair, comparable wage is a reflection on you as a board, not our community. Clearly, with all the people that have shown up to speak, written letters, posted on social media, and signed the petition, we feel it is important. Last year, when teachers and parents were here begging for teacher raises, someone on the board said, and this is not a direct quote, that you trusted the school board, that you trusted the school board and you gave them the money that they had asked for to manage as they saw fit. If they had wanted more money for raises, they should have asked for it. Well, we're here this year asking for it. The school board wants to set things right and pay their teachers and staff. We're not looking for exorbitant salaries. We're not looking to be the highest paid in the area. We just want our pay to be comparable to our neighbors. I've served on a board. Mind you, it was an HOA board, sorry. And it wasn't paid, but it was also thankless. So let me say thank you to all of you. Something that I learned from serving on that board is that if people are happy with the job you are doing as a board, they won't show up to meetings. Most months you don't have many people show up, but come April, when it's time to work on the budget, everyone is here, and I think that shows that there's a problem with money management. I teach computer science on an elementary level. I don't teach math or accounting. I don't want to. As my husband can attest, I am no good with a budget, but respectfully, I don't think you are either. Isle of Wight County Schools has such an outstanding calendar that Suffolk is now using it. Hampton City Schools wrote such an exemplary math curriculum that Isle of Wight now follows it. Counties
can share. In school, we call that collaboration, and we start teaching it in pre-kindergarten. If Poquoson, Suffolk, York, Norfolk, Chesapeake, Newport News, Hampton, and Portsmouth can all collect less revenue from their citizens than Isle of Wight and still manage to pay their teachers more than we in this county are paid, some substantially more, then I think maybe it's time for this county to start looking at how those counties manage their revenue. I know everyone with a job feels they don't get paid enough. And yes, our teachers have been forced to do more with less pay. Our SOL test scores meet or exceed the average in our area. But running on an empty tank will only get you so far for so long. As teachers begin to leave for higher pay in other localities, those scores will leave with them. I implore you to reach into that rainy day fund and use that money to right a long overdue problem. Then use the next year to do some homework and research how the other counties in our area are able to balance their budget, pay their teachers, and not have to threaten their constituents with raising their taxes. We teach our children and our students to do the right thing when no one is watching them. We are imploring you to do the right thing because this is the right thing to do and people are watching. Thank you.
Mary Zeller.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carrie Zeller. I live in Windsor, and I'm a proud teacher at Carrollton Elementary School. This is only my second year in Isle of Wight County, but it is my 17th year in education. I've taught in California, I've taught in Texas, and now in Virginia, and I can say with certainty that while undercompensating teachers is not unique to this county, it is a problem that is long overdue of meaningful change. We should not have to stand here and advocate for fair compensation, but yet here we are. The teacher shortage that we're experiencing all across the country is not due to a lack of qualified or passionate individuals, as you've heard tonight. It is due to a lack of positions that adequately treat and compensate bachelor's to master's levels professionals in a way that makes them choose to remain in a profession. No one enters this profession for the money. We all know that. But there comes a point when passion alone is no longer enough to offset the realities of the job. Across the country and here at home, we're losing experienced teachers at an alarming rate, and the pipeline of new educators is not keeping up. That is not a coincidence. It is a direct result of inadequate compensation, insufficient support, and relentless expectations that are placed on teachers without the time or the resources to meet them. There's a phrase often used about educators that we don't do it for the income, we do it for the outcome. While that might sound admirable, the truth is those outcomes don't pay our bills. Dedication does not cover rising housing costs, student loans, or basic living expenses. Teacher pay is only one piece of a larger puzzle. We also face limited planning time, increasing student needs, a lack of consistent support and accountability. I mean, at least twice a week we work our entire contracted day without a single break. But I can adapt to many of those challenges myself. I cannot adapt to a salary that does not keep pace with the cost of living. I will never understand why a college-educated professional, one who's expected to continuously grow, to continuously learn, and to meet the needs of every child, should have to work multiple jobs just to make ends meet. So I reiterate what I stated at the beginning, that we should not have to stand here and advocate for fair compensation, but yet here we are. Again, the teacher shortage that we're experiencing is not due to a lack of qualified or passionate individuals. We're here, we want to do the job, we love our kids. It's due to the lack of positions that adequately treat and compensate us as professionals in a way that makes us choose to remain in the profession. You have the ability to address at least one part of the complex problem, and that with that ability comes responsibility. A responsibility to your teachers, to the families in the community, and to the students who depend on strong, stable schools. Quite simply, you cannot have quality schools without creating conditions where quality teachers want to stay. Thank you.
Kathleen Britt.
Good evening, board members. My name is Caitlin Britt. I reside in District 4 on Shiloh Drive. I've lived in the county for my entire life. I am a teacher. I teach reading intervention at Windsor Elementary School, but most importantly, I'm a parent with 3 children who are very early in their school career. Arguably, the schools mean everything to me. My kids are there. I'm there. I've even convinced my husband to start volunteering with Watchdog Dads. My family is all in. I wasn't going to mention this tonight, but just today I got an email saying that our library at Windsor Elementary School will be closed for the rest of the year. My children and hundreds of other children have lost access to the library for the rest of the year. Also, this isn't the first time this has happened this year. The library has been closed on and off due to lack of staffing. Qualified candidates have turned the position down due to lack of competitive pay. As someone who specializes in literacy, this is absolutely unacceptable. Children are reading less and less because of technology, and now one of our biggest resources for getting books in children's hands is closed. Not to mention, each day when students are supposed to go to the library, they will be split between other classes in their grade level, causing class numbers to climb. It's not ideal for the children or resource teachers. All right, that was my side note from today. So, I'm not going to cite each data point. My colleagues have and will fully cover that tonight, I'm sure. Our schools are struggling and will continue to do so unless action is taken. I don't see how we cannot address this fully. When I'm grappling with a tough issue, I like to try to find a comparable situation and think through it like that, typically with something in my wheelhouse that I understand. So I want to share this scenario with you as a reading teacher. So let's say there's a first grade student. Let's call her little Susie, who is struggling with reading. Maybe her teacher is the first one to observe this and follows the proper channels to respond to this child's needs. She's the first to ring the bell to call attention to the issue. Let's say little Susie takes her end of the year testing and the data says she is not in line with her peers in reading. She has fallen far behind the others. Maybe we even start second grade, do some more testing. The data still doesn't look great for little Susie. She has a really long way to go to catch up with her peers. Her peers have kept growing, and she has not. What should we do? Cross our fingers and hope for the best for her reading journey? Or step in, use our resources, and address this child's needs fully? You see the similarities here? Except we're talking about roughly 5,000 children's needs not being met on a daily basis due to not being able to keep teachers in the buildings in our county. We rang the bell last year. Teachers, administrators, parents, we were just here last year alerting this board to how much the school system is struggling to retain teachers. This is not a new problem. The compensation study and other data points are validating that this is a huge issue. We have fallen far behind our peers. The resources are there, yet we can't address it fully. Teachers don't rely on luck to do their jobs, so I am confused that this board is relying on luck to keep our schools afloat. Frankly, the education of the children in this county is too important to leave to luck. I am hopeful that when this budget season is over, the Board of Supervisors and the school board can proudly say, we addressed the issue fully. We used our resources, not luck, to help give the thousands of children educated in this county what they need. Thank you.
Jennifer?
Good evening, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Jen Nemi. I am a teacher at Westside Elementary School, a tax-paying citizen of Isle of Wight County, and a parent of 2 sons in this school division. My husband also teaches in Isle of Wight County. We have almost 50 years teaching experience combined. Both of our boys are part of the gifted program, and they've been given incredible opportunities because of dedicated, passionate educators. One of our sons has participated in cross country and track and competed in Kidwind, where his teacher, Mrs. Joyner, gave up her spring break just a couple of weeks ago and traveled over a weekend so students could compete in Kidwind. That kind of dedication cannot be overstated. Our son is also involved in Beta Club, where he placed at the state level and will attend nationals in Nashville this June. His sponsor, Mr. Nance, and other co-sponsors have poured countless hours into students through competitions, field trips, and conventions. When our son was at Westside, Mrs. Hurst and Mrs. McGowan dedicated countless hours as co-sponsors of Beta. You heard Mrs. Hurst speak to you earlier. Both of our sons participate in Young Men of Excellence, led by Dr. Newcomb and Mr. Wimbush. Mr. Wimbush spoke to you earlier. Through that program, they've experienced service, leadership, and life lessons that go far beyond the classroom. Our sons have also participated in Great Computer Challenge, yet another example of educators going above and beyond, giving before and after school time to practice and prepare, and giving Saturdays to compete at Old Dominion University. And that's just a glimpse. I haven't even mentioned the dozens and dozens of classroom teachers, principals, assistant principals, counselors, and staff who have supported our boys since kindergarten and helped shape who they are becoming. Many of them are here or were here tonight. Because I've seen this level of dedication firsthand, not just as a parent, but as an educator, I cannot stay silent. Right now, many educators in our division are asking, can I afford to stay here? And am I truly valued if I do? We're already seeing the impact. Neighboring divisions are offering more, and while our educators care deeply, care alone does not sustain a career or support a family. If we do not act, we risk losing the very people who make these opportunities possible. The teachers, the sponsors, the coaches, and the mentors. And when we lose them, we lose consistency, connection, and the experiences that shape our children's futures. This is not just about staffing, it's about people. People who give up evenings, weekends, and even their own vacation time for our children. People who see potential and help students reach it. We must find a way to retain them. We must show them that they are valued, not just in words, but in action. Because when we invest in our educators, we are investing directly in our children. Our sons have bright futures in large part because of the people in our school system. Please do not extinguish their flames. Tonight, I urge you to fully support and fund our schools, not just for programs or numbers, but for the people who make it all possible. Thank you.
Mrs. Jenkins.
Good evening. My name is Mackenzie Jenkins, and I'm a 6th grade math teacher at Georgie Tyler Middle School in Windsor. I stand here on behalf of the dedicated educators I have the privilege of working with each day to advocate for their value and their worth. At its simplest, a teacher is someone who imparts knowledge to students. And while we are instructors at our core, our roles extend far beyond that. For many of our students, we are the only person who listens to them, the only good morning they hear, the only place they feel safe, and the only source of consistency in their lives. So while my title may be teacher, I am also a mentor, a caregiver, a counselor, a nurse, and a steady support system. This work demands patience, kindness, generosity, sacrifice, and a deep commitment to our students. But our compassion should not be mistaken for weakness. We know our worth, and having to stand here and ask for recognition of that worth is disheartening. Teachers are often reminded to reflect on their why we chose this profession, why we continue to show up each day. But increasingly, another question is emerging. Why should we stay? As student motivation declines, support from home decreases, and expectations for teachers continue to rise, it becomes harder to justify settling for less, especially when we know we are paid less than surrounding districts. Just last week, while teaching circle graphs and discussing school budgets, my students asked thoughtful questions about taxes and salaries. One student remarked on the percentage allocated to teacher pay, saying, "Wow, that's a lot." Another quickly pointed out how many teachers that amount must be divided among. Then came the question I could not answer. Why aren't our teachers paid more? If a group of 11 and 12-year-olds can recognize this disparity, it's troubling that I must stand here to convince adults of the same. If we continue to feel undervalued, the consequences will be real. A substitute can deliver content and grade assignments, but that's not the same as the impact of a dedicated, invested teacher, and that distinction matters. The role of a teacher and the influence we have on students during these formative years, it's invaluable. But if a price must be placed on it, it has to be higher than what it's currently given. There has been a shift in mindset among students from what can I do for my teacher to what more can my teacher do for me. Unfortunately, that shift reflects a broader pattern. When respect and value are diminished, it is noticed. You have been provided with the data, the information is there. Please understand that failing to act will have lasting detrimental effects. I urge you to recognize the impact that dedicated teachers have on shaping the lives and futures of our students. I thank you for your time and for listening, and I hope that in the near future, I will be thanking you for your support.
Tiffany St. Peter's.
Tiffany St. Peter from Carsville. Members of the board, I have been a parent of 2 children in Isle of Wight County for many years now. My daughter is about to graduate from Windsor High School, and my son is a rising 6th grader. As a parent, I've been very grateful for the support that we have gotten over the years from all of the teachers and staff across the county. Both of my children have special needs and are gifted, and the help and support that we have received has been invaluable. Recently, I was lucky enough to be given a position at Georgie D. Tyler as an instructional assistant. And I have to say that I have never before worked in an environment that was so welcoming and joyful. The culture that has been cultivated in Isle of Wight County schools makes it one of the best places to work and to have your children educated. The dedication and passion of the teachers and of all of the staff is truly commendable. Since I became a member of staff, however, I have been privy to more private conversations than what most parents are ever able to hear. And what I'm seeing, unfortunately, is a lot of really excellent, caring, driven educators who are worried about not being able to pay their bills, who do not want to leave the district, but are worried that they will be forced to because they are not earning enough to stay where they truly do love to be. As someone with one child who has benefited from the passion and drive of these teachers, and one who I hope will continue to benefit over the next several years, I worry that we will lose these passionate and driven educators, and that our students and the surrounding community will suffer because of it. At the end of the day, an investment in our teachers is an investment in our children and in our community. And so I'm asking you to pass the budget so that we can keep our wonderful educators where we need them, so that the Isle of Wight County schools can continue to be a center of passion and dedication. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Watson. Okay, we'll move on. Rebecca Mercer.
Good evening, Mr. Jefferson, board. I know you have a hard job, and I know it's been a long evening for you, for us too. But I'm here to support anything you can do. Find the money for teachers, for first responders, and for our law enforcement. Sheriff Clark presently has 11 openings, and it's hard to compete with other places. Or if he trains them, then they go somewhere else. So we have a good community. We all know we have a good community. And tonight, you've listened to teachers who spoke very eloquently and from the heart. But I have to say that for 35 years, more or less, I have attended many of these Board of Supervisors meetings during budget season, and I haven't seen the needle move. And it's time to move the needle. You can find the money, and I'm one of those folks that some of you talk about, a retired person on a fixed income, but if you need to raise taxes, raise them. We are not an impoverished county. But what was really disheartening to me is looking on Facebook today and seeing where at least 2 supervisors have already said no, and encouraging people to come out to say no. So perhaps in the spirit of transparency, you should have stood up and said that when everybody was here. But thank you again. Please find the money and pay these folks. They deserve it. They're part of our community. And I firmly believe that paying taxes is for the greater good. If you don't believe in the greater good, well, that's a different subject. But first responders, our deputies, and our teachers are the backbone of the greater good. Thank you.
Matt Summit.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Matt Summit, and I reside in District 1 of Isle County. I'd just like to take a moment. That was a full circle moment for me. That was my high school principal. And now I'm a school administrator for the county. I recently sent you all an email with my thoughts on the proposed budget and would like to take a moment to thank Ms. Roundtree and Mr. Ely for taking the time to respond to that letter. Tonight, I offer you yet another personal perspective on the matter. One of the many components of my job as a school administrator is to provide feedback that is based in fact, derived from both data and observations, that takes into account an overarching goal, and to ask targeted and probing questions that generate thoughtful reflection and growth. Admittedly, these conversations can be difficult, and I suspect tonight is one of those nights. You see, in my mind, the overarching goal this fiscal year is competitive pay for school employees. At first, I thought this was a shared goal between Isle of Wight County Schools and this board, as the facts show you all encourage the division to spend money on a compensation study. Unfortunately, my observations of this board in regards to the competitive pay suggest otherwise. In your meeting just last week, I observed board members making comments such as, "We're not in charge of the school board. We provide the funding, and it's up to them to direct funding where it needs to go." There are elements of truth within that statement. However, the fact is, it's hard to direct funding to all of the necessary areas when that funding is inadequate. Furthermore, I find it interesting that year after year, members of this board requested the school division's budget to be more transparent so that taxpayers could see where the money was going, only to be presented a proposed budget book for the county that is far less detailed than years past. 286 pages less, to be exact, containing misleading information and other crucial information completely omitted. On the same note, I observed another board member reference a publicized county checkbook that showcases where our taxpayer money is and spent in an effort to tout transparency. However, the fact is, this has not been updated since March 3rd of 2025. Additionally, I observed an outward-facing document entitled, "Show Me the Money," with a pie chart that portrays education receiving 49% of the budget. While that would be truly amazing, the fact is this is also inaccurate and misleading the public. I observed members of this board suggesting that in order to fund a portion of the requested increase, a tax increase would be necessary. However, the data showcases that the county is sitting on an unassigned general fund in excess of $29 million. And the fact is, you could utilize that fund to fulfill the request, still have funds in excess of your self-imposed 15% target, and not raise taxes. Now it is time for those targeted, probing questions that I hope generate thoughtful reflection. Why promote a compensation study just to fight the inevitable outcome? Have you truly grappled with the reality of losing qualified educators and how that impacts your constituents and their children? What benefits do you think you could garner from visiting the county's 9 schools and speaking with or observing our educators of this county? Why have you made the school division and its employees a scapegoat for a tax increase? Have you thought about the difference between not being able to do something and not being willing to do something? As we do in education, I have attached this evidence or artifacts to this speech for you all to review and hopefully make sound, data-driven decisions. Thank you for your time.
Oh, Martha.
Hey, everyone. Can I pass these papers out before the clock starts, please?
Sure.
All right. Good evening, board members. My name is Cole Mumford, and I've been here previously. I serve as the Windsor High School Student Liaison to the Alawite County School Board. I am honored to represent all Duke students and to speak on behalf of my peers tonight. Can I get a show of hands on who has considered reallocating $7 million rather than taxing the amount to our citizens? No one? No. Were you not listening? I stand here today alongside people who have risked their jobs and sacrificed their time because they believe in the future of our county. We've heard the speakers tonight and also over the last month, and the testimonies they've given leads to one fundamental question: why is this budget asking to tax our community further when the solution should be reallocation? Let's look at the reality of our current standing. We are ranked in the top 4 local districts of wealth, as I've passed out, and 19th in the entire state for test scores. Our students are beating every single test average in the state. Yet despite this excellence, we are in the bottom 4 of the entire state for teacher pay increases, as I passed out to you all. Explain that right now to your constituents. Can you? We are currently looking at a starting pay of $52,000 compared to a neighboring county at $68,000. How can a young student, now turned teacher, turn that down? A $7 million investment will provide a 12.8% pay increase to close that gap and the countless other step gaps. We aren't asking for new tax dollars, ladies and gentlemen. We are asking you to find that $7 million within the existing budget. Over the last 5 years, we have seen a cumulative loss of $20 million from the county. What could we do right now with $20 million? In the 2016-2017 fiscal year, the school budget accounted for 36.56% of you all's school county budget. By 2022-2023, that dropped to an insane and disappointing 28.58%. When that dip occurred, where did our percentage go? During that time frame, taxpayers lost $8 million. Why can't those people who didn't get that before suddenly can't make it without it now all of a sudden? We need to know exactly where those funds were diverted. That's our money, not yours. Our superintendent staff has already shown that initiative, what that initiative looks like by bringing in $26 million in grants this year and the past 4 years alone. We are asking you to do what they have done. Show that same initiative. Reallocate the funds. Give our taxpayers the relief they deserve and give our teachers the pay they've earned. It's time to let this county truly flourish to its full potential. Thank you, and I hope you'll reconsider your budget.
Jonathan Cochran, I guess that is.
Hello, board. I'm Jonathan Cochran. I'm a senior at Windsor High School, about to graduate in a month. I got a question for y'all. Have y'all went to the school? Have y'all? You been to the school? Have anybody else? Okay, good. Because as y'all can tell, we don't have the teachers. We don't have the people. We don't have the students that want to learn because y'all won't help us. Y'all won't help us get the teachers to help us. Y'all won't help us with what we're going through. They won't help us because they're struggling with so much that they don't even know if they're going to have money by the end of the week, by the end of the month. at the end of the year. Without that money, what are y'all doing with it? What are y'all doing with it? Nothing, just letting it sit? Exactly. Y'all won't help nobody. Y'all need to help the teachers. The teachers are the one that's gonna be the one to help the community, help us grow, help us get smart. Without them, what are we? A bunch of idiots. Kid you not. Ms. Tumanella wasn't here. If Ms. Sharp was here, if Mr. Johnson was here, they helped me get through so much. I don't see why y'all can't help them. If y'all can't help them, why say y'all have this big budget? Right? The teachers need that. Because it's about them, not about us students. It's about them, because without them, there's not us. Without us, there's not them. And like my dad said, look down the road, you see somebody at the end of the road, help them. Don't pass them. Don't just wave at them. Help them. Because who knows, that could be your best friend. Y'all know Jeremy King? No? One of the greatest high school football players that I know, senior, graduating with me, my best friend. I love that man to death, but he even said, it's bull. Y'all need to get it straight. Y'all need to help us out. He loves the school. I love the school. I come from Virginia Beach. As y'all know, it's a wild place out there. But coming out here was the best decision I ever made. I'm happy my parents did. I was scared, obviously, coming in from half school year, coming in for 2 weeks, COVID. But I'm happy I did, because without the school, I would have dropped out. Would have dropped out completely. But we need to help the teachers. The teachers are the ones that are going to help us get through everything and get through a lot. My brother, he's a 12-year-old kid, 6th grade. And today, he felt like he couldn't talk to anybody because of what he's gone through and everything. He looked at me and said that he wanted to kill himself. That's hard on me as the older brother, not wanting that for his younger sibling. And to see him say that hurt me, because I didn't know if I was going to make it through everything. But I'm happy my teachers were there to help me. I just hope y'all can help the teachers so they can help us, so they don't have to worry about anything, even if they're going to make it through the end of the school year. We need y'all's help. Please help the teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Greenwell.
Hi, my name's Angela Greenwell, and I'm a teacher at Smithfield Middle School. I started working there in 2013. I've never gone to a school board meeting or a board of directors meeting or a board of supervisors. I'm comfortable talking in front of students. I'm not comfortable talking in front of adults. Unfortunately, I felt like this was something I needed to do. I had a lot of opinions, and it was becoming resentment, not getting to voice that. So I could stand here and tell you about all the things that we do unpaid. For example, going to those meetings, staying here tonight, staying, Friday, our school is having a dance. In 2 weeks, we have like instructional showcase. And while for some people that live nearby, those are short events,
for those of us that can't afford to live in Alawite County, we end up staying. So I had to be at Smithfield Middle School at 7 a.m. this morning, and I'll get home in Southampton County and Franklin whenever I get to leave here this evening. It's not just me. As you know, Smithfield Middle School only has 2 grades, and just in our math department, 4 of the teachers are from Franklin or Southampton County. I'm not saying that all of them want to live here. It's the same reason, but that's the reason for me. I graduated from Windsor High School. The teachers that I had, I only went there my senior year, but the teachers I had there are why I wanted to become a teacher. And so I think that's like a big part of it too for a lot of us. Another reason why people stay is because they want their kids to go here. So I know for several years when I looked at other districts, I took in consideration that I didn't have to pay tuition for my son to go here, and he graduated last year. I had another teacher tell me today that since the pay scale is so extreme now, that she is considering paying for private school because it's big enough that she could. As the residents go, I think that they deserve to see an accurate pay scale. And I don't think that the school board has presented it accurately, because when they show it to you, they're showing you what they want to pay us next year compared to other districts pay last year. And so when you look at it, Hampton and Chesapeake have both put out their pay scale for next year. And rather than us making 7.67% more on the master's scale, we'll still be paid less all the way across the board. And on the bachelor's scale, it's only from between pay scales 12 to 18 that Alawite will get paid more, and the biggest amount will get paid more is $428. And for someone with a bachelor's that's worked here for 30 years, Hampton will still be paying $4,875. In addition, a big thing for me is that my health insurance cost is going from $2,000 a year to $5,000 a year. And in the email I got, it said, oh, the reason why is because we are now making it equal with the other one. We only paid this much towards that one, so we're only going to pay this much towards this one. What they failed to mention
Mr. Tom made his part.
that went down because they chose to pay $200 less a month. So the school district's now contributing $2,400 less a year towards our health insurance.
Dale Scott.
Chairman, members of the board, my name is Dale Scott, here tonight on behalf of the Alawite County Fire and Rescue Advisory Board. As you all likely know, that board is comprised of not only the 7 volunteer agencies of fire and rescue in the county, but also the career staff of Alawite County Fire and Rescue. So, with that said, I'd like to present to you tonight a resolution. You all should have a copy to present to you at this point in time. The resolution on behalf of the Fire and Rescue Advisory Board. Whereas the Alawite County Fire and Rescue Advisory Board has carefully considered the need for additional salary funding for employees of Alawite County Fire and Rescue. Whereas the procedural requirements for the consideration of this need by the Alawite Fire and Rescue Advisory Board have met. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Alawite County Fire and Rescue Advisory Board that the Alawite County Fire and Rescue Advisory Board, by way of a formal motion, recommends the following. Excuse me. That Alawite County provide increased salary and benefit funding for the career personnel of Alawite Fire and Rescue to a level that is comparable to that of surrounding jurisdictions. Number 1, this request is for the increased salary funding for career staff only. Request shall take into consideration the comparison pay charts researched by the Department of Fire and Rescue Number 3, salary and benefits should be at a comparable amount to the surrounding market. Number 4, it should be recognized that due to the small size of the department, that upward mobility is limited and that the processes should be put in place to allow for gradual increases based on time and employment. Excuse me. And number 5, increase in salary and benefits is paramount to the stability of the fire and rescue system in Isle of Wight County. This resolution dated 4/1/2026 is supported by all 7 volunteer agencies and Isle of Wight Fire and Rescue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. White?
My name is Carissa White, and I have resided in Isle of Wight County for the past 30 years, over 30 years, and I'm in District 4. Across multiple departments, we're seeing the same pattern: increasing demand, staffing challenges, and growing pressure on the people responsible for meeting that demand. It comes down to how we are funding the growth. Based on what was shared about proffers with me earlier today by Vice Chairman Roundtree, I understand that the county has only recently received authorization from the state to begin capturing revenue tied to residential growth. Once capacity is defined and projects are aligned with the capital improvement plan, we'll finally be able to collect proffers to offset the massive influx of growth everyone has been watching unfold. I also understand that this funding is delayed. In many cases, proffers take years before the county can collect. This delay created a structural gap, and when that kind of gap exists, it doesn't just sit on paper, it's showing up somewhere. And I'm here tonight to bring awareness to a department where that impact is very visible, and it sits right across the street from here. The water tower in Windsor proudly says the heart of Isle of Wight. But if you look at a county map, right in the center of that heart, where Windsor meets the Smithfield line, you'll find our Isle of Wight County Animal Shelter. I've been a registered volunteer at the shelter since 2021. I can tell you firsthand, their job is not what people think it is. They don't get to play with puppies and kittens all day. Our shelter workers endure relentless 24/7 crisis management, yet they have been understaffed and overlooked for years. To give everyone an idea of how our county's growth has affected the animal control officers who work there, I have a few points. Our shelter went from processing and handling in and out of the facility over 1,500 animals in 2023. Last year, that number increased to 2,648 animals. That's a 77% increase in just 1 year. In 2025 alone, there were 500 stray intakes and over 500 owner surrenders. Additionally, volunteers logged approximately 4,000 hours last year. This equates to 2 full-time employees. According to the independent sector, at $36.24 an hour value, this equates to $144,560 in free service to the county. To fill the shelter's essential needs, the following approval from the board is needed. They need 2 additional full-time kennel attendants, 1 additional animal control officer, and part-time or seasonal support staff. I know one solution that can be approved without question is the county has already shown the proper coding to support it. Isle of Wight already has the administrative structure to implement seasonal staff needs at the shelter. For instance, our Parks and Rec department uses seasonal classifications for staffing throughout the year for summer camp counselors and groundskeeping jobs for the fair. Why is that framework not extended to the shelter? As someone who builds workforce pipelines for students, I can tell you I have high schoolers right now who are ready to step in real job workforce scenarios and work and give back to the community. I hope we can get that addressed immediately. The question that worries me the most is this: are we fully aligning growth, costs, and funding in a way that supports the people that require to stay in it in real time? It's clear to see by the sheer volume of citizens who showed up that we are years behind. The surplus is there to finally fix the system failing our hard workers and essential workers. This isn't about one department, but tonight, the animal shelter is a clear and immediate example of where that gap is existing. We are looking at a huge critical public safety concern, and it's time to fully fund the people required to meet the demand that is being generated. Please fund the essential workers in Isle of White County, fund their raises and their employment requests.
Ms. White, your time expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Curry?
I saw her walk out.
Hmm?
I saw her leave. She may
She
have gone to
left.
the back.
Okay, Mr. Dick Grice?
Good evening, Board. My name is Dick Grice. I reside in Smithfield. I have communicated with most of the board here over the last few months related to budget. Sent them some of the facts that I've been able to put together. But this evening, I'd like to prefix my comments by saying what I've heard here this evening is not unique to just the school teachers or our county. There are many, many people in our county now, particularly senior citizens, who are struggling. It's a common denominator for many, many people. My comments are directed here tonight, not to our teachers, but to the business of running our schools. The county revenues increase only when the tax base grows or when tax rates increased. Residential real estate property taxes represent 65% of the total revenues. From 2016 to 2024, growth in our seventh fastest growing county in the Commonwealth was sufficient to cover school operating costs without a rate increase. Then in 2025, the school's ask was so large that a 2-cent rate increase was necessary. And then again in 2026, the current year, the rate was raised by 5 cents. This year, the schools are asking for an increase of $7.2 million, or to raise the tax rate the equivalent of 10 cents. But what are the taxpayers getting for their money? The school board and administrative staffs are quick to point out that Isle of White County is at the lower end of their contribution to schools. But Isle of White contributes just $100 less per student than York County. York County schools are ranked in the top 3 in the Commonwealth. We, on the other hand, are ranked 49th out of 132 school districts. At the same time, Gloucester County, which contributes $2,000 more per student, but ranked 10 points below us. Contribution dollars don't seem to be the answer to a better performing schools. The rating agencies use SOLs, scores, as a major part of their scoring process. York's reading SOL is 87%, math 77. Ours, on the other hand, are 73 and 62. Gloucester, 73 and a lousy 57 in math. Give our schools an additional $100 per student, or $531,300, and insist they become competitive with York. But then there's inflation to consider. Kipling and J.P. Morgan reports inflation for 2026 is currently at 2.5, with the possibility of reaching 3.3 or greater by year end. Using 3% of the county's contribution should then increase by 1.1 million. Plus the 533,000 mentioned before. This year's total contribution increase should come to $37,900,000, and I rounded up. That does not, it does
Grice.
not require.
Mr. Grice, your time has expired. Sorry.
May I say one other thing, Mr. Chairman? There's
Okay,
been a
one
lot
other
of
thing.
discussion about the rainy day funds. The rainy day funds, you set the minimum and the cap at this board, but it is a one-time occurrence. It does not include allowing for salary increases, which are compounded year after year. It's a one-time occurrence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else that did not sign up that's willing to speak for or against? Yes, ma'am.
It's our queen. It's our queen.
Good evening, everyone. Lynn Briggs. I live in District 1, Smithfield. Lifelong resident in my 38th year with Isle of Wight County Schools, proud graduate of Smithfield High School, and been around a few years. And I didn't have any remarks prepared, but I just wanted to come up and say a few things. And I see some folks I actually went to school with, a few older, a few younger, but we won't go there. In all my years working in the school division as a teacher and as a administrator and central office administrator, I have never seen the turnout and the passion that we've had here tonight. I feel like educators, by their nature, are very humble people. They do not brag about themselves. They brag about their students. They brag about their families. They brag about their school, but not about themselves. And for them to come out tonight and speak to you, it truly has hit that breaking point. It really has. And they come to you knowing you have difficult decisions, but letting you know that point where the love for where they work and their salary has now reached that point where they have to make those tough decisions. They really do. They want to stay here. They want to stay here, but now they are faced with those tough decisions as to how do they pay their bills, because everything is going up. I will be the first to tell you, I am not a financial person. I used to say where my office was located next to finance is the closest I got to numbers. But some of the things that came up about the reserve, the reserve fund, the rainy day fund, which I do know, exceeds what is required. And there have been comments that we don't want to dip into that for salaries because that's a recurring expense, and I do understand that. I wonder, could some of that possibly be used for capital projects, because capital is not typically recurring, it's kind of a one and done. So maybe there are some projects that could be identified to be funded through some of that reserve fund, which then would open up some of the money in the budget to cover those additional expenses that are recurring. So that's my simple little math solution that might be able to work. And I don't think it would certainly cover all of the capital, but there might be a few things that are in the capital budget that could be funded with that reserve. But once again, like I said, I did not have prepared remarks. I just want to tell the folks that came here tonight, whether they spoke or showed up, how much my heart goes out to them, because I know they have to go home, grade papers, their kids are probably already in bed, they have to get ready for tomorrow, pack their lunches, figure out what clothes they're wearing. It's Friday, maybe they can wear jeans. So hopefully that'll help. But if you take nothing away from this, please take away that we have the most outstanding people working in our buildings. And I say that as a person whose children graduated from here. Many of you sitting up here, you went to school in the division, you have family in the division, you have children that are in the division or have gone through the division. I know you have tough decisions. That's why you're in those seats and we aren't. But please think long and hard, and we look forward to finding out your decision shortly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else willing to speak? Hearing none, public hearing is hereby declared closed. We we're gonna have a discussion, or Don, you can present something else.
Yes, sir.
Take a break first.
We'll take a
Short.
break.
Can we make a short comments before we go on to the county administrator?
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Okay, so first of all, I think it's awesome that everyone's here this evening. If you've sat on this board any length of time, or you will eventually, you'll see people very passionate about their position on whether it's budget or any number of items. Our educators who set the example for our children, I know they've done that this evening in such a very respectful way. It does drive home, as I think it's been mentioned tonight, and again, it needs to be mentioned again. They've spent time away from their family this evening, not just for themselves, but for their children and for our county's future. I appreciate many people mentioning the difficulty of this job. And when I took this position, I took this position because I felt like my elected officials at the time, and I've learned that they had some challenges in front of them. So I just do have a lot of respect for them. At the same time, they weren't listening to us as citizens. And when it comes to listening to citizens, when you have a showing like this, you have to listen. I mean, and not that I wouldn't anyway, but social media has a tendency to fester and do its own thing. I used to get on Will McCarty about getting on social media. I did here recently, and quite honestly, the reason I did is because people want to get on social media and just seem to fester and throw things around. And my point was, if you have something to say, get it on record. Don't put it on social media. That just doesn't really suit a whole lot of purpose. Everyone this evening, your time away from your family has been captured. It'll be on video for your children to watch, for you to review. It is on the county record, and that's extremely important. This board's going to do its best to make sure that we take care of everyone that's spoke this evening. I know that y'all understand that we weigh out some of the seniors and stuff that didn't show up this evening. But on the same token, it can't fall on deaf ears that we had such a wonderful showing this evening, and I appreciate their time. Thank you, sir.
Sheila, you got anything?
Like she just said, I was on school board for 7 years. I never seen a turnout like this ever, even at school board meetings. In fact, you had to almost beg people to come to the board meeting to get a budget done. But this, my wife taught for 41 years in this county. And to say that, I understand where these people are coming from today. I have talked to many of them, and they will all tell you if something is not done, it's not just here, it's in some other areas in other counties are having the same problems we are. And I guess some of us, we are a little bit better shape than some of these other places are, maybe not. I don't know their finances. But it's come to the point where what do? Do you let teachers with 15, 20 years experience walk away and hope that these kids, that these students with masters or bachelors coming out of schools will come in and teach? And I have seen that when I was on the board, new teachers coming in. If you don't have experienced teachers that marks with them, and they used to do that, they would pay, if it's two people in first grades, they would pay an experienced teacher along with a new teacher coming in. The new teacher was having problems, she'd go to the older teacher, and she would help her work through it. Now, if all those teachers go away, you got unexperienced teachers coming in, who's gonna help them? You completely start over brand new, and I'm gonna tell you, and I don't mean anything harm about it, but teachers coming out of school today are not getting the education to teach kids. They're getting the education to learn, to teach them, but they don't have the ability to work with the kids like they used to because they don't go through the same process anymore. That process is gone. They just get a master's and they go teach. That's what they do. They don't do like, I think Longwood still does. You have to have a teaching degree. And with that teaching degree, they used to have people to come in and sit with you while you were teaching to make sure that you were able to teach the kids and have their attention span. They don't do that anymore. They just stick you in the classroom. There you go. you're good to go. So, my point is, I think we really need to look at this mighty hard, real hard. And I hope we can. I hope we can try to find some money to make this happen. Whether we can or not, I don't know. I think some money is out there that we can be used. And I think some of it might be coming from some of the capital fund that's out of the capital fund right now that was sitting out. We might be able to bring some of it back, maybe. But I think, like you said the other day, Mr. Aker, we got tools in the tool box, and we need to look at every one of them.
Yep. Thank you.
I wanted to recognize the full room tonight and thank all the people, who turned out to speak to us. Thank you also to all the people that email. Sorry for the typos. A lot of times I write you back on my cell phone, but it is what it is. There's only so much time in the day, but it was incredible to see the people's passion. And that's democracy. That's America. It makes me proud. So it makes Isle of Wight special. I mean, clearly you all are very, very special to your students and your parents and to each other, supporting each other. And we are going to do everything we can to find solutions to get you the things you need, the tools that you need to continue to do the great work. I want to say that in the past several years, it's been probably the number one goal of mine to make little changes when it comes to our kids, because they are our future, and the schools. When I first started on the board, it's my third budget, so when I started on the board several years ago, there weren't enough school buses. They were in terrible disrepair. So we all kind of made an informal promise to buy at least 5 new school buses a year, right? Because the fleet was so aged, and we really needed that. And we've kept that promise. We also made a promise, if there's money available, to fund the top 4 or 5 capital needs that the schools ask for. And your school board did a great job ranking where they thought the priorities were. So, I thought, hey, it's more than fair to say we need to, help them with those prioritized items and go ahead and fund those. Now, some of them weren't small. I mean, we had to, out of necessity, replace HVAC at Carrollton, taking nothing away from anybody else, but, that was a need. Definitely, you all talk about, an umbrella and rainy day and the roof leaking. Literally, that had to be fixed. It's also been a major priority of mine, because I come from healthcare, to get you guys off a self-insured, self-funded health plan. And that's taken us, 2.5 years to do that. But when you hit open enrollment, which is hopefully right now, for health insurance beginning July 1st, you all will have the opportunity, like the rest of the employees in the county, to pick up the local choice plan. So that's a commercial health insurance plan that's not, self-insured. And what self-insured means is just like, if something really bad happens with one of us, that's on the health insurance plan, if we're self-insured, it means we pay all of it, right? And the reason that it took us 2.5 years to get there and to go through the RFP and to go with the local choice and your team of administrators, painstakingly looked through all of those things. But the reason it took so long is because we had to find $4 million to basically pay the tail. You know what that means? Like, pay the run rate of the claims, right? So until the end of the requirement for that self-insured plan, we had to be able to save enough money to pay those claims before we could put you on the better plan. Last year this board made sure that your step increases were reinstituted. I thought that's what was right. In healthcare, the nurses, when we pay them, they're all on a grades and step. It's typically about 30 different grades and, lots of grades, but about 30 steps. And so, I was very proud to do that as well. And I hope when we're sitting here about a month from now, when we have a budget that's passed, hopefully, I'll knock on some wood, that I can say that we proudly were able to find the money to fund what the consultant recommended for market rate pays. scale for the teachers and the team at the schools at what I think someone quoted tonight, 70th percentile. I've looked at the study, but I think that's my recollection. I hope we're at the 70th percentile of, anyway, it's what the consultant recommended is what the school board and the superintendent budgeted as required funds. I believe, you know, if we aren't able to fund the full $7.1 million ask, I believe that there are going to be other funds. I've told several of you this on email. I believe there'll be other funds and other ways to make up that delta between the required amount and then also other things that the superintendent had in the budget. You know, two ways I believe that that's going to be funded. And one is because by going to the local choice plan, there was kind of a $1 million bogey, if you will, in there for what it would have costed to increase coverage for the self-insured plan. That's not going to be there. So I think that's a nugget or a bogey that we can save that can help you, again, get to the rest of what you're asking for, what the superintendent put in the budget. The other piece of that is, you know, we don't know how much the state's going to give us, right? And all of that, yes, is determined by the local composite index, is determined by the ADM, right? You guys know all this. We don't know where that number is going to be as far as revenue goes. But, you know, in talking to your finance team, we think it'll be more than we budgeted for. So, you know, I'm fingers crossed. I know hope is not a good strategy, but I think if we can find a way to cover the $4.57 million to take care of the pay increases that are necessary in my mind, that, you know, good things will work out for the other piece, you know, of the increase that's asked for. It's late. I have a lot more to say, but I think that's it as far as, you know, what the current state of affairs, if you will, and kind of where we've been. I have a lot to say about proffers. I have a lot to say about many of the things that were said tonight. Just because someone says something doesn't mean it's true. And I'm not like being negative towards anybody. In my mind, that's somewhat our fault. Because, yeah, checkbook hasn't been updated since March of 2025. You're right, right?
I was shocked
That's
to
on
find
us.
that out. Yep.
I knew that. But that's on us, okay? So, yeah, that's our fault. But just because, I mean, you know, when you're looking at the recording later, just because someone claims that we can charge all the developers proffers and they can immediately upfront pay them and use it to pay for all the infrastructure, it's illegal. So, you know, a lot of times just because someone says something doesn't make it true, okay? So just be patient. We should do a better job of giving you information. But, you know, just ask us. Look, I've gotten a lot of great ideas. I got some real zinger quotes tonight. I keep a quotes book, and I'm writing a book, and a lot of them went in there, you know. But just keep it coming, right? Because those are ideas. That's how you learn. It's an innovation hub, right? It's incubation for good ideas. So thank you.
Mr. Gardner.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to say it was a very impressive crowd tonight, and my heart goes out to all the teachers out there and the support that was provided by the students. It's just simply amazing. So amazing, I got about 6 pages of notes, so there's a lot to take into consideration. Thank you very much for coming tonight. I can't say how much I admire you and your courage to come up here and spend your evening with us and telling us how you feel. Thank you.
Okay, and I would like to say this to everybody, and it was a good crowd tonight, and I was glad to see that. But today I received my tax paperwork, okay? And we've been advised that real estate taxes is the most stable source of revenue for Oswego County. So citizens in this county, if we want to take care of fire, EMS, school teachers, whatever we need to do in this county, that's the way we need to look at it. If we need to increase the taxes, let's increase the taxes. I'm a senior citizen also. So, you know, it's whatever we set the rate at, it's going to impact me as well as anybody else. and it would give us some of the things that we need to have to move forward. You look at, talk about the fund balance. Fund balance is for one-time purchases. School budget, fire and EMS budget, that's gonna be reoccurring every year, and it's gonna increase and be different every year. So, to me, that's an out. We know what we need to do to accomplish what we need to accomplish. It's up to this board to move forward, and let's do it. That's all. Mr. Robinson?
Can I make one apology real
Yes,
quick?
sir.
I apologize, but it's kind of a bragging moment, if you don't mind. I apologize for not answering everybody's emails. My second grandson was born on Sunday, so I was hanging out with my oldest grandson, who's almost 3, which is really cool, but it made me feel old. But I apologize for not getting the emails, but actually it's a plug, because I'm really proud to be a granddaddy again. So anyway, thank y'all.
Okay. Mr. Robinson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's go to work. So I was challenged on Friday to make sure that we make some progress. And so we're going to try to make some progress tonight. Because last week, Ms. Clark stood in front of you and provided you with multiple options based on feedback that you all had provided to us over the last couple of weeks. We try to provide detailed information in terms of the cost, what the relative impact is on the tax rate. And so I've got those back up on the screen. I need for you all to give it some thought and tell me which one you want to move forward. Because if we're going to talk about options but never adopt an option or never choose an option, we're just talking. So it's time to make some progress.
So, Mr. Robertson, in your initial draft of the budget, wasn't it general employee increase of 2.5 plus 1,000?
Correct.
So how did it get to 3% plus 1,000?
Because that's what you all ask us to
Okay, fair enough.
review.
Okay.
And so again, these are not things that these were based on your feedback to us as to things that you wanted to see.
This is just modeling, essentially.
Absolutely,
Right.
absolutely. And all we're asking is, we've got 4 or 5 different versions. You need to tell us which one to focus on so we can refine the numbers.
That $5,000, that would go straight into their salary? Is that what you're saying? The top one?
Yes, sir.
And that would stay there?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm certainly open for debate, but what I would like to see modeled altogether would be the county employee increase of 2.5% plus the $1,000, so back to your original proposal.
So that's already in the recommended.
Right, okay. And so then sheriff deputies, EMS, and fire personnel at the 2.5, which would be the same as the county, rate increase that I would like to see, plus 5%, plus the increase in EMS stipends for paramedic intermediates.
Okay. We want to make some progress. So if you all are telling us that that's what you want us to pursue, we can develop that, but we need to make some decisions.
I want to see the county employees get 3% raise, not 2.5. I mean, that was my suggestion from day one.
That's
state
partly
said-
why it's in here, because that's what you all
Right.
requested us to look at.
I think between the 3 and the 2.5, it matters, but the biggest thing I like on that is that 1,000 plus on the base,
Yep.
because it bumps up our lower people, it makes more of an impact.
Mhm.
So whether it's 2.5 or 3, I am curious about our capital and some options there, because funding of this still is very loud in the back of my brain on as we look at these things that we have to pay for. So I would, 2.5, I could land on either one. I don't know about you guys. 2.5 or 3, but the 1,000 on the base is important.
And so I apologize. So once you all have kind of told us which of these options or some other option you want us to focus on, we're going to offer up some suggestions, hopefully, about how we move forward and how we get there. But we need to know where we're going
So
we can get
the
you
only
there.
thing that I would say about the 2.5 is that the man that we pay good money for, has been here 30-some years, is the one that recommended 2.5. Not to throw it on you, but I'm doing it. 2.5 is what you originally recommended in your budget, right, sir?
It is, it is. That said, again, you all have provided various scenarios. I took a very conservative approach when I developed the budget because of the challenges that I knew that we had. I will tell you, I've probably not been as strong an advocate as I should be for my employees. And I could get on a soapbox about my employees, but they deserve compensation just like everybody else.
Yes.
Okay.
3?
Sure.
3%.
3 plus 1,000.
Okay, so you want to use that as a base,
3% plus 1,000 for the,
all right?
yes, sir. And then because of what's been presented in the market, similar to what the teachers we've talked about, and we're not betting them against each other. It's just, there's some similarities here because of the market and the demand. Somebody had said earlier, a teacher can walk in and basically, they're the ones telling administration what they want and do. We're kind of there with emergency services. So, the reason I say that is, all those employees that would be getting that and looking over at their deputy cohorts and their emergency services cohorts and wondering why they didn't, it's because right now, they listened to it this evening and us struggling with making sure we can pay for the bill.
Well, and
It's
EMS
important
had
to bring that
30% turnover, and the sheriff's department has 11 openings.
It has to be
So,
said again,
right.
right?
Yeah.
So to our employees, they're so important to us. It needs to be said again, the reason why there's not the same across the board for emergency services and everybody. I don't think that can be said too much to our employees, is why they're not getting the same as, say, a firefighter.
We could say it about certain positions, but again, I need to move you forward, so.
No, I got
we-
you.
we-
But yeah,
Yeah.
3% 1,000?
So we will use that as a base. As it relates to public safety, again, there are a couple of scenarios that were presented. Is there one that you favor? You ask us to look at an additional 5%. You ask us to look at.
2.5 plus 5.
Well, I mean, if we're going to do 3% for the rest of the employees, it should be 3 plus 5. I think it should layer for the sheriff's deputies. And then also for fire and EMS,
And I think
plus
somebody's already said that.
For emergency services.
plus their stipends
stipends.
for paramedics and intermediates.
Yeah, there's the 5 plus 3.
Yeah.
And the stipends.
Right.
Okay. I see a couple of heads nodding.
No, it's good, just
There's some
been
comfort.
long days and we
comfort
have to
with
find the
that.
column.
Yes.
Yep.
Fire.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to rush you through this, but
No, we appreciate
we're
it.
trying to get you
And
to
try and
a.
get us there before 11 o'clock, right?
Oh, yeah,
Well, and,
for 10:30.
and not any one of these columns is exactly right.
No.
No, so once you tell us generally what you
You'll
want to
make
do,
it
we're going to
happen.
go back and crunch these numbers.
What we were saying then was, what, 5 plus 3
Plus 1,000.
plus 1,000?
No, 5 plus 3. And then for EMS, there's stipends for paramedics and intermediates
Okay.
that have been
So
recommended.
5 plus 3 for safety, and then stipends for the.
EMS.
So 8% in stipends.
So,
Right.
okay, not to complicate things, but all of the fire rescue folks don't get those stipends. You know, they're different stipends, but.
EMS, yeah.
Depending on the level of, that's what you're talking about?
I think Chief Windley had recommended stipends at the different levels, if you could model it with that information,
Okay,
because that's the market rate.
Right.
we can do that.
That's our best attempt right now to get up to market.
All right, so that's, we will use that as a framework to move forward. So just something to think about in terms of how we get there. Because one of the critical aspects of this is what impact that has on the tax rate. You all have asked us to look at how we might be able to use one-time revenues to support or to help do this. So the suggestion is that we will look at carving out the amount of money that it would take to do the increases over and above the 3% plus 1,000, whether it's stipends, whether it's the 5%, that we would look at that. And so a possible way to craft that is to, rather than build that 5% or those stipends into the base salary, that would be provided as a bonus or an additional stipend.
I don't want to do that.
Gotta stay with me for a second. So if you do that, you can use one-time money to do that and reevaluate a year from now. If indeed the reassessments go as we hope and funding is available, then you could build those dollars into the base salary, because we'll already have the numbers, we'll already have that set. You could build it into the base salaries, and then you could move forward. If it doesn't, you've done it as a one-time bonus, and you can reset.
Don't we have that, the 1.5 that we're gonna get from the solar farm supposedly coming up sometime, not right now, but it will eventually come?
We hope.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
You will get that, but that is one-time money.
Right, but then you got $1 million coming every year. Once
For 20
you-
years.
But here's a conversation
Okay.
with regard to that
Okay.
recurring money.
Right.
We don't know when that will start, because that is based on when the solar project is completed and operational.
And that's for
That could be years down the road.
the one that we got right now, that's being worked on right now, in the Windsor area. What is that? What's coming?
We don't have siting agreements for all of the solar projects.
Some of them were approved before signing agreements.
We're allowed.
Yeah.
So you're not getting
Probably
money
get
from those.
nothing.
So
Bunch of
I
burned
think
up
the
trees.
project that you're referring to will not yield
So we're not getting anything from
recurring
it?
dollars of any
Tax
significant.
revenue on the land because it's not farm anymore. That's about essentially what I can.
So the problem I have with bonuses is that, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't know if Ms. Clark is still here, but
Go to retirement.
bonuses I understand, just from my history, that bonuses do not count towards retirement, A, and B, bonuses are taxed at a higher rate. So I think doing that as a bonus
So
is worse for the team member.
you're correct. It does not go toward retirement. The way that I'm suggesting that we structure the bonuses, it would not be a lump sum amount. You would get it with your paycheck over the course of a year, just like you would. So that mitigates some of the tax
Instead of
impact.
the $1,000 coming at one time, you're talking about litigating it over 10
Over
months.
12 months.
10 months, 12 months.
So it almost becomes like another stipend.
But it still doesn't go towards your VRS.
Correct. But you can use one-time money to do that because you have not built it in, and it gives you the ability, if the world goes in a handbasket, you can reset, revisit. If things go as we hope they will go, you build it in a year from now, it does become part of the base salary. So it is a way of getting you there carefully, as opposed to diving in.
But you didn't see any other any other general funds that you
Not
could
en-
consolidate?
Not enough to move the dial. We probably, if we stretch it, we're probably talking about maybe 300,000. That's not gonna get you there.
No.
Don facilitated a call today with myself and Jimmy Sanderson, who's with Davenport. We work with them for bond ratings, et cetera. And my apologies that, maybe I was being selfish. I really just was seeking to understand and to get information. So I'm telling you guys now, what was in the conversation today. But Mr. Sanderson thinks that we know best and should do what's best, to run the county, right? He doesn't believe that we should allow the threat of a decrease in bond rating to guide our decision on spending down possibly our unassigned fund balance or one-time funds, for that matter. Mr. Sanderson says that rating agencies look if we're paying for recurring expenses outside of extraordinary need. I think it was demonstrated tonight that we're at a time of extraordinary need. Further, he states that we'll be rated by the bond agencies by what our policy stipulates. So our policy says we're not gonna, use unassigned fund balance to pay for recurring expenses. But he also stated we could change our policy.
Well,
He also, I'll just finish these two sentences. He also stated that, when I asked the question, well, if all the sheriff's deputies walked out, like I know happened in another part of the state, if the bond agencies are, and look, we shouldn't make decisions just because we might, lose a bond rating, but if all of that happened and bond rating agencies are looking for long-term stability, that's a heck of a lot less stable than using some, unassigned fund balance to pay for perhaps recurring expenses, especially when we just got back $1.4 million last Thursday from what we had committed to the town of Smithfield to build a permanent farmer's market. We have that money available. We have $1.5 million available coming after phase 1 and 2 are completed with the site plan review. And the last thing I asked him that I'll just say is that, he said, you need a robust, I said, what is robust, right? He said, you need a robust rainy day fund. And I asked him what that was, and he said, for a county our size and where we are at a AA bond, that should be at least 20 million. So if we're at 30, he said robust is 20. And, I took notes. That's exactly, that's what happened today. I was encouraged by it. I feel like it gives us the freedom to do what we need to do for the citizens, to balance, the needs and the tax rates.
So when it came to our capital, and I know that we're jumping around a little bit, but I'll try to bring, so what I was thinking, actually, one of the people that spoke in the end, I was like, was those one-time expenses, we look at the capital that we have up there and look at what we could strike off the list with the reserve fund, if you will, that is the reserve fund on those items and reallocate money. I know it's only one time a year. You're taking capital money and moving it over to operation for the most part. But seeing what one-time expenses we could knock off, and if we could get where it moved, how much would it move the needle if we use the reserve fund to free up some of the money from the capital side to allow from, I know at the end of the day, next year we're going to be in the same ballpark, but at least we pay for some of the capital. Now, I know there might be some bonds out there on some of it, et cetera, but anyway. I don't know if I've conveyed that well.
He said earlier today you were going to pull like $2 million from unassigned
Yeah, as
fund
a
balance to
general
pay for
comment,
capital
I'm
anyway.
using, or I'm recommending less of a draw from the unassigned fund balance for capital, because part of the conversation that we would be having is you're going to be going to the bond market at some point. So a lot of the capital that we would have maybe funded otherwise,
You make money off the.
you'd borrow the money to do it, because you're going for the school, and so there's other things you just lump into that. So yeah, we were conscious of that. I don't want to, belabor the conversation. Obviously, Davenport and all the statements were accurate in terms of what he said, but I don't want to leave out the fact that he did stress you use reoccurring funding for reoccurring expenses. He did talk about us adhering to our policies, and so we need to make sure that our practices are sound. A policy is written on paper, and you can follow it or not, but our practices need to be sound. And not just in terms of short-term practices, but things that we do that we put us in a good place long-term. So again, what I'm suggesting for us gets us a short-term solution, but it does not commit you to something that you can't sustain long-term if the money's not there.
Well, I mean, we really don't know. Be honest, we really don't know what we got. We don't. I mean, we might have $4 million sitting in the general fund right now. We don't know.
Say that again?
Audit's not back.
The audit.
The audit, I mean, we really don't know how much money we got sitting there. I mean, to come up right now and say, you know, we got to go up 5 cents or 6 cents or 7 cents or whatever you want to do. I mean, the thing of it is, if you do that and then it comes up and you find out you got more money in the account than what you said, then what do we do?
So I understand your comment. I just want to remind us that the audit is as of June 30, 2025.
Yep.
We are in almost May of 26.
Yep.
So it gives you a good sense of where you are, but that's not going to be exact dollars in terms of where you are today. We have not spent an exorbitant amount of fund balance, so we know we're in a general, you know, mid to upper 20s in terms of where we pretty comfortably can say that we are. And again, we don't want to dip too heavily into it,
I understand.
but we do want to utilize it wisely as we
That's what I'm
move
saying.
forward.
I mean, based on what we just said, I mean, it would be nice to see that, what that put us at. And based on what the schools needed, not said, you know, the 7.1, but the 4.5, put that into it and just see where, what we're looking at.
So
I think, I mean,
what I suggested addresses the county side of the equation. The school side of the equation is a little bit different conversation because you have no control other than to provide a contribution. So trying to find that, and I'm assuming we're still talking about the 1.6 million and not an additional 4 million. But you got to tell me.
No, it's year 3 plus an additional 1.6, right? 4.57 million.
Right.
Is what I'm advocating
Yeah,
for,
right.
because that's what they said.
Because our request all night was for 7 million.
No, some people said 4.57, because that was the
So,
required
If
line.
we're still there,
yeah.
then we're talking about an additional 1.6 roughly
Yeah.
that we would need to account for or find.
I thought you guys, like 2 weeks ago, said you wanted him to model that.
Yeah, and we are. I just want to make sure nothing changed.
Clarity.
Yeah.
no.
Just coming down to the deadline.
All right. So
Look, we could change the policy. I mean, we can do anything we want, as long as it's, we can sleep at night.
And honestly, when it comes to all of this, the way I always looked at it, and I get it, you know, some people say you get in these positions, you've got to lead and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, our constituents, if we're successful together, we're successful together. If we make a failure together, it's going to be a failure. We'll pick ourselves up eventually. I mean, I think that's the biggest thing, is that we just listen to the constituents. This is what they want. And I get it. There's going to be some people on social media and a handful of whatever. I wish they had come out too. Somebody said earlier, I advocated for everybody to come out, by the way. I thought it was interesting that somebody got on social media said I said no, but it's okay. I've said no about other things. But anyway, I think at the end of the day, whatever we do, we're listening to our constituents. So if we're wrong together. If this board goes off, in my opinion, and does whatever we think we're more smarter than the people that we represent, and we fall on our face, then shame on us. So let's do the best we can.
100%.
yeah, and so we'll come back with some information, and I will tell you my emphasis will be on balancing the impact on the tax rate versus getting the funding that we need to provide salary adjustments. Do I know some people are going to be upset or don't like what I propose? Absolutely. Absolutely. I expect.
Whatever
this-
tax rate you end on, I would like to make the request that we right the wrong of last year and making it a half a penny.
Oh, we're gonna clean that up. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
We should clean that up.
Which is why my recommended was 82,
Right,
not
right.
81 and a
Yeah.
half or 82 and a half.
Wherever you land,
Absolutely.
it should be an even.
Yeah, absolutely.
If it's supposed to be 82 and a half, good 83.
Give us half a cent, it doesn't need somebody else, so, per year.
All right, thank you. With that said, I will get out of the way. Bill's got some more work for you if you're up to it.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, that's nice
Yeah.
job.
I only have about 2 hours.
It's,
Perfect.
it's
10:30.
10:34, but your bylaws say that you can't start a new item, agenda item. This is the only
Can we take
agenda
a break
item left.
first and then go start this item?
I said, but this is still the
should.
same item.
Public
It's
hearing.
still-
Take a break
still
and
good.
then take this item, and then we'll have that one on the same item. Can we take a break?
Well, before we take a break, do we want to go beyond 11 o'clock or, I mean,
You don't
Chair.
have
Same
to have a
item.
motion
blame
because
it on
this
you.
is the last, this is all the last item. It's not a new item coming up. It's just part of the same item. But that's just when you all decide you want to call it a night, you call it a night. But
11 o'clock?
Yeah, Bill.
I can zip through as fast as you would like. I can go right to the end that says questions.
Okay, we're going to just take 5 minute break there.
go.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to go over the FY 2027 capital budget based on the CIP. Executive summary of this, the FY 27 capital budget for Isle of Wight County reflects a strategic and fiscally responsible approach to maintaining and enhancing the county's infrastructure, public utilities, and essential services for our residents. The capital budget aligns with the county's long-term capital improvement program, the CIP, and the Board of Supervisors strategic plan that was adopted in December of last year. Schools and public safety remain the central focus of the FY 27 capital budget, with funding allocated for the replacement of West Side Elementary School, as well as the bunk room construction project at Carrollton Volunteer Fire Company. The FY 27 capital budget emphasizes a balance and stability. We're funding these projects through a combination of pay-as-you-go financing options, grants, and prudent use of debt, ensuring that the county maintains strong and fiscal health while addressing our critical needs. Overall, the FY 27 capital budget demonstrates Isle of Wight County's commitment to thoughtful planning, infrastructure resilience, and responsible stewardship of public resources. Excuse me, it positions the county to meet current demands while preparing for future opportunities and challenges that lie ahead. This shows where the various revenues for the capital program is going to come from. $2,382,000 out of the general fund, EDA $110,000, stormwater fund $1,397,000, proposed bonded $30,181,000, and grants and other sources $16,574,750 for a total of $50,644,750. Now we'll get into the expenses. Overall, the schools is $39,296,000. Fire and rescue is $1.7 million. Economic development is $110,000. Parks and recreation is $1,155,000. Public buildings, which is the Carrollton Volunteer Fire Company project, is $2,090,000. Public works $1,466,000. Transportation $4,021,750. Stormwater is $300,000, and utilities $2,350,000 for a total expense of $50,644,750. Now, to get into the various projects, for the school system, we are looking at the replacement of West Side Elementary, $35 million, construction of a bus garage, $3,135,000, the replacement of 5 school buses to keep it in line with our existing program for $765,000, restroom repairs for $180,000, weapons detection system $216,000. Their total in this budget again is $39,296,000, and their percentage of this capital budget is 77.59%. Now here's the various projects. West Side. The need for West Side Elementary is driven both by immediate capacity pressures as well as long-term strategic alignment across the school division. The West Side Replacement Project is a fundamental component of a broader division-wide capacity solution that ensures proper grade alignment, reduces overcrowding, and positions the schools for sustainable growth tied to residential development in the Benz Grant and surrounding area. The bus garage. The current facility was built in 1952 and no longer meets the operational demands for a modern transportation fleet. The proposed fleet services building will be a 5-bay maintenance building and repair facility specifically designed to support today's larger, more complex school bus and support vehicles. The facility will also provide a safe, enclosed working environment, enhancing staff productivity and retention. The school buses. So currently, this is to replace 5 buses. There are 19 active buses have surpassed the 15 years of age or 300,000 mile threshold. This represents 28% of the active fleet. Of this, 4 buses will be turning 20 years old next year and will ultimately need to be removed from service soon. The schools note that the industry standard call for replacing 10% of your fleet annually, which would require us to purchase 7 buses per year. It is imperative that we continue to that the schools continue to receive 5 buses per year. Restroom repairs. So this is at Windsor Elementary and Carrollton Elementary. They continue to operate largely on the original restroom infrastructure in those buildings. Modern restroom standards emphasized improved hygiene through updated fixtures, ventilation, materials. Many existing layouts predate current ADA requirements. Addressing these restroom systems will improve student health and the daily experience. Weapons detection, these will be fit out at the elementary school systems. Now we'll move into the fire rescue.
You don't want any questions per section? You just want to blow through them all and then do it at the end?
I have a question at the end. I mean, however the board would like to handle it.
11 o'clock.
You said wait till the end, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine. So the fire rescue is for the purchase of a new medic unit at Windsor Volunteer Rescue. It replaces a 2017 unit, $400,000, and purchases a new fire engine for Rushmere Volunteer Fire Company. Replaces a 1999 fire engine, $1.3 million, total $1.7 million, which comes out to 3.35% of the overall capital budget. So the Windsor unit that's going to be replaced is Unit 71. It's a 2017 F450, and Gary had provided me the mileage, but this mileage was from October, so it is certainly higher now. In October, it was 103,287 miles. The replacement at Rushmere is a 1999 American La France. It has 19,000 miles, and you may say to yourself, 19,000 miles, that's not a lot. Problem is, American La France is no longer in business. They cannot get parts for this vehicle any longer, and repairs are becoming costly and cause the engine to be out of service. So, economic development, for their portion of this is $110,000. It is for Phase 2 site development at Nixon, and that's to conduct cultural resources studies, master plan updates for estimates for road and utility extensions to serve the site, and concept plan revisions for rezoning application for the rezoning from RAC to C to CLI. And then Phase 3 site development at Griffin, which is a conceptual plan showing the site layout, road and utility access. This comes out to be 0.7% of the budget. Parks and Recreation. We get into some capital maintenance for planned and unplanned major equipment repairs and replacement, which is $125,000. Construction of Heritage Park restroom facilities, $500,000. Playground equipment replacement in Windsor, $90,000, and Nike Park parking lot paving, which is also known as the skate park. That totals out to be $1,155,000, 2.28% of this budget. So the Heritage Park, this has been looked at. We did the construction drawings were done and put together, and we're now looking to fund the actual project. It's for the facility would be for, I'll say, 12 seats, 6 male, 6 female, a family restroom, and a storage closet and maintenance area for the staff to do the cleaning and hold supplies. We're looking at 2 options for this. First is the traditional stick-built construction, and the second option, which comes in actually cheaper, however, it does not include the site prep work. We would have to do that ourselves, which would be a prefab facility. However, the nice thing with the prefab facility is that set it and you're in operation within a few days. The construction of the permanent restroom facilities will also make the fairgrounds a more attractive place to hold community events. Previously, we had done some work at the fairgrounds, built pavilions, and we've increased the fees, hoping that, if you build it, they will come. And right now, they're not coming. And I think one of the reasons is there are no permanent restroom facilities there. So this would make the fairgrounds a little more marketable for folks to hold larger events. We move on to the next thing, which is the playground equipment, Robinson Park playground, the replacement. The Parks and Recreation Department is considering two options for the equipment replacement. Option 1 is to replace the current playground equipment in Robinson Park. Option 2 is to place the new equipment at the new Windsor Library site. Nike Park parking lot. Plan for this project was developed in 2019, and it made it on the CIP, but it had not been funded. The state of the parking lot is in serious disrepair and has several trip hazards. If you drive by there, you see the pictures, it's not in the best of shape. Then we move into the public buildings. Again, this is for the construction of a 14 bunk room addition with baths and showers at Carrollton Volunteer Fire Company. This project is necessary for Carrollton Volunteer Fire Company to continue expanding their efforts to provide a live-in volunteer program, as well as providing our paid staff a place to sleep. Total project cost estimated at $2,090,000, 4.12% of the budget. This is just a conceptual drawing of what this bunk room would look like. And then Public Works, we move into, capital maintenance fund for minor building renovations, planned and unplanned major equipment replacement, $175,000. Capital projects, $460,000. Convenience center improvements at Jones Creek and Cardsville, $550,000. Smithfield Library roof and HVAC work, $131,000, and Boykins Tavern, $150,000. Total project cost, $1,466,000, 2.89% of this budget. So the convenience center improvements, the intention for these improvements is that we would pave and mill and overlay the parking areas and cartways within the two centers. Excuse me. We will mill and pave the parking area at Carsville Volunteer Fire Company. You'll see these pictures show the black, the highlighted black area is where the work will take place at these two sites.
Wait, you were going to already do the fire?
Excuse me?
You were already going to do the fire project, and so now you're just going to do that and the convenience center?
I believe that is how this was to work, the convenience center. Tony, I'm going to go back to we were already going to do the fire company. And now we're going to add the convenience center in.
I'm assuming we're talking about Carsville Volunteer Fire Department. Part of that project was actually $550,000. That was to the convenience center, mill and overlay all that, repair the outlet road from the fire department, and mill and overlay that, and also repair the concrete slabs that are broken because of the new ladder truck that was put in there, and replace the doors. The apparatus bay doors are in serious disrepair, so that a total of $550,000 to do all that work.
Thanks, Tony. Boykins Tavern, repair, replace the exterior paint on the building. This is a historic landmark in need of TLC. The paint on the building is coming off and there's wood rotting. We will need to work with state and local authorities to preserve this structure. Transportation, several projects here. The Red Oak Shared Use Path, the school zone signage, Lawns Point, Route 10, 644 Turner Drive, Nike Park, Trail Gap Connection. Total project cost $4,021,750 for a percentage of 7.94% of this budget. So the Red Oaks Shared Use Path, this project will provide a 10-foot wide shared use path with a 2-foot wide shoulder for two-way bike and pedestrian traffic along Route 10 corridor between Red Oaks and Turner Drive community areas and the town of Smithfield. It will connect existing and approved future residential areas with the local middle and high school, grocery stores, restaurants, pharmacies, banks, and other commercial healthcare services. The corridor is recognized in the regional and statewide transportation plans for congestion mitigation needs, which will be served by multimodal access. In addition, the Red Oaks community is identified as particularly vulnerable in environmental justice screenings for health and transportation needs. The project cost is $2,017,000, of which Jamie has done an outstanding job getting us grants. She's obtained $1,710,000 of this project is going to come from federal grants. The next one is the school zone signage. VDOT Traffic Engineering conducted a review of all school zones along routes adjacent to Isle of Wight County schools and Isle of Wight facilities. Excuse me. In the county, and provided guidance on meeting update standards for the school zones, speed signage, and lighting at each location. The schools have requested Isle of Wight Transportation to include this in the department's capital budget, to include collaboration with VDOT and other transportation projects, which may offer opportunities for cost savings over the original estimates. The total project cost here is $523,060, and of which $350,000 of that will come from local funding. Lawns Point subdivision, the Lawns Point on James Homeowners Association and subdivision developer reached a legal settlement regarding outstanding corrective actions for unacceptable residential roads in the subdivision. The county has received settlement funds on behalf of the HOA to assist facilitating the roads being repaired and then accepted into the public system for future maintenance by VDOT. The settlement amount is not enough to complete the VDOT punch list of repairs for acceptance. Isle of Wight public stormwater funds can be utilized for drainage-related repairs on the punch list. Total project cost is $1,847,000. This is going to require $1,082,000 from us in local funds. Excuse me. Route 10, 644 at Route 644 Turner Drive. This project is for improvements to the existing Route 10 westbound exclusive left turn lane at Turner Drive and Ben's Church Boulevard intersection. The project will extend the existing left turn lane a total of 225 feet, 175 feet of additional full width storage, and additional 50 feet of taper, resulting in a modified left turn lane consisting of 250 feet of storage and 150 feet of taper. Total project cost is $972,244, of which $0 from local funding. Nike Park Gap Connector, 6,000 linear feet of 10-foot wide multi-use trail along the south side of Nike Park Road from the entrance of Nike Park to Reynolds Drive, connecting the existing Nike Park Trail along Battery Park Road and Nike Park Road to the newly constructed trail on Nike Park Road Extended. Completion will close the gap on almost 6 miles of continuous ADA accessible connectivity for residential, commercial, and recreational use between South Church Street and the Route 17 corridor. Moving to stormwater. The stormwater department has requested $300,000 capital funds to do stormwater improvements throughout the county. Totals out to be about 0.59% of the total budget. Utilities. Several projects here. We have lead service line replacements, Tormentor Creek connection, Lawns Point reverse osmosis system replacement, pump station number 21, a safety fix, Carlton Pump Forest Pump, the pump station number 3 at Camptown, Windsor Vac system repairs. Total projects are $2,350,000, 4.64% of this budget. The lead service line replacements, this is a multi-year project. This has been implemented by the EPA and VDEQ, requiring public utilities to inventory all water service lines to determine if they contain lead pipes or joints. The The program requires a plan submitted by 2027 with a deadline to complete repairs replacement system by 2036. Tormenta Creek connection to the Hardy Tank system. Tormenta Creek water system serves 25 households. The system was purchased from a private entity by Isle of Wight. The age of the system is unknown. Based upon recent costs associated with permit renewal for other Isle of Wight groundwater wells, it is anticipated that renewal will cost between $30,000 to $50,000. Numerous repairs have been required for this work. Launch Point reverse osmosis replacement. The fluoride levels in the water extracted from the ground exceed the acceptable limits allowed by Virginia Department of Environmental Quality by our permit. This system has a reverse osmosis system that removes the fluoride. That system is a skid-mounted unit and has reached its end of usable life, and the components are deteriorating and must be replaced. Pump Station 21, safety fix. Pump Station 21 is the primary receiving sewer pump station for Gatling Point subdivision. The pump was built with 2 pumps that were designed to alternate operation to extend the life of each. Because of the way the system was designed, Isle of Wight staff do not have the ability to remove the extremely large pump out of the 25-foot deep well. In addition to being a necessity for ensuring the pump station's continued operation, it's a life safety issue as the weight of the pumps. And then we have the additional pump station projects, Carlton's Forest Pump Station replacement with just under 100 homes and business connections. The pump station has been continuous use since its construction. At the time of construction, the standards for this type of pump were not well established. For these reasons, the fiberglass wet well that collects the sewer by gravity flow from the customers has gradually deteriorated and shows signs of potential collapse. Pump Station 3, the rebuild at Camptown. These small pump stations have aged significantly and are reaching the end of their functional life. The fiberglass components and older mechanical systems are becoming a significant maintenance load on Isle of Wight staff. Additionally, the risk of structural failure makes them an urgent need for replacement. The Windsor vacuum system repairs. The town of Windsor sewer service is centered around a 30-year vacuum sewer system, and the cost of repairs and maintenance of this system have grown each year with a significant increase in the last 5 years. The deterioration of the collection system and the pump station components has led to increasing difficulties in collecting and pumping the wastewater onto the HRSD system. Because of this, a moratorium on adding new customers to the town-wide system was put in place in 2024. Several attempts have been made to improve the performance, and after the most recent internal and external evaluations, Isle of Wight has prioritized repair of field components first, to be followed by the repairs within the pump stations. Before I take questions, I want to thank the department heads and Robert and his team for helping me get all the numbers and putting this together. It was a very collaborative effort. So we're ready to take your questions. I'm sorry I went to 11:06.
I thought you were going straight to questions.
It's after the hour. Do you all want to indulge in this tonight, or we got another work session next week, or
I think
what?
we should, because if we're gonna cut some stuff, they need to know now.
We need to
Okay.
push through. I've got to agree with Ms. Roundtree.
All right, let's go.
So if we just start back at the top with the school capital budget. My first question has to do with replacement of West Side Elementary. So I think, Mr. Robertson, that we had put in the CIP a placeholder in the 10-year plan, right? When we edited it in January or February, we had put 33 million this year and 33 million next year. And so I don't know, Mr. Robertson, if you were able to get with Mr. Coleman, Dr. Coleman, about what their projected cost right now, West Side is?
So,
Don't know, no.
well, oh, sorry, I did speak with Dr. Coleman to get some of this information. So I guess some of the information he had given you in his conversation was $47 million.
49.
So that's just the shell. That gets them a building, but it doesn't, he told me it does not get them gas, it doesn't get them sewer, it doesn't get them water, and it doesn't get them furniture.
Okay,
And
so
that's
let's,
where the remainder
so let's
is coming
assume
in.
it was even 60 million. Is 35 million in the CI, is 35 million the right number? Should it be 30? Should it be 60? Where does the 14 million fit in from SCAP grant? I mean,
So we don't know until we get better or more information from schools. I guess the bottom line is, if you go to bond market, you're only gonna borrow what you would actually need based on better information that we have today. The CIP is really just a program or guide, but when you actually go to the bond market, you're gonna have to have better numbers than we've got.
and we won't go to the barn market till June or July. I mean, like after, way after we have the budget.
Oh, yeah,
Passed.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, well, I won't stress about that then. I do think that I'm in favor of taking the weapons detection system off this year for the capital budget. I don't know how everybody else feels about that. But if you have a weapons detection system in elementary school, I get it that you'd like them in all of the schools, but then you kind of have to staff it. So then it's just adding more, I mean, it does you no good to have weapons detection system in elementary school if you're not going to also have the associated officers to staff it, and that'll be the next task.
And, well, I thought, talking to at least one of the school board members, and maybe it wasn't those schools, maybe y'all had a conversation to clarify this, that they were getting a third-party company to take over their SSOs, at least in the elementary schools and all. I mean, that did get brought up in the funding part, but they did that with the other SSOs. We were sitting here fighting for teaching assistants, and administration found money for deans and students and all that. I mean, it's their budget, and I know they've mentioned that earlier. But to your point, I mean, they haven't told us that they're going to have staffing to staff those, right?
Right.
Contract, yeah, that's what it said.
But nobody's told us that that's how they're going to staff these.
Nobody
weapons
said
systems.
anything about elementary schools, no. It was just about what they already had in
Point
place.
sticks.
So if we get these in, that means they're going to have to add more staffing to it. Yes. So,
Right, well,
Point sticks.
those are my thoughts on the
well, I mean, it's
school.
gonna cost them more money. They got to pull more money out of somewhere.
Anybody else have anything on the
So we need to
school
push,
budget?
we want to try to push that to the right or just delete it altogether?
I think you push it out.
Push it
I
out.
take it out.
Right.
Push it out.
I mean, take it out of
Leave-
this year, but
Leave
Yes,
it,
yeah,
leave it in
yeah.
the plan, but not
Yeah.
fund it this year.
Yeah.
So,
Push it
Weapons.
to 28.
so a couple of items, and some of it is because of comments that were made. Restrooms for Heritage Park, one would argue that's a want, not a need. I don't know that I disagree completely with that. The only thing that I think that's something that's not been mentioned in, when the disabled, whether you're disabled because whatever your reasons are, the current facilities, lack thereof at the Heritage Park limits you. And so what I've heard from some of the people with disabilities is they'd love to go out there. If they go out there, they have to go out there short periods because the restroom facilities does not provide the opportunity. And I would argue for parents that have children children with disabilities, the family restroom offers an opportunity to come to the park that a porta potty does not. Otherwise, the parent is standing in the doorway trying to assist the child in front of a crowd of people that are waiting to use the restrooms. So, go ahead.
yeah, I wanted to know I think I'd asked you, Mr. Webb, earlier this week, how much we spent on rentals.
I have not got, I did not get that
I
information.
think that would be very useful in the justification of it.
That and some kind of projection of how many more concerts or events you think
I
you
mean,
could
that-
book.
That won't take all the rentals out, but it'll take quite a
Correct.
few out.
Right.
But it also, that, the disabled population,
Yeah,
I'm hoping, because I haven't seen the site plan, all that, but I would assume that it'd be ADA compliant. And that allows a good part of our population that do have disabilities to come enjoy that which everybody else can enjoy.
and some people said something about the $500,000. I got news for you. Go get a pull. You'll get one that sets up, that comes in on a trailer,
Right.
and it's got ADA, ready to go, and you just pull it in on a trailer and set it. It's got like 2 bathrooms, one.
Oh, they're
community.
expensive as well.
$5
Oh,
grand.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
just to run it.
And so, and I'd understood at some point in time, we'd hope that there would be an opportunity funding mechanism, not all through the county, to bring sewer closer to Heritage Park. Is that a fair assumption?
That is
So-
a long-term objective, yes.
Not for the county necessarily to fund it, but some opportunities there.
Yes, there's some
Okay.
partnerships that we've been. in
So we're gonna try to seize that. Hopefully the timing will work out. The bunk rooms at Carrollton Fire Station, I guess here's the question, and maybe it was, I think we did a study some time ago. The base of that building was built in the late 60s. At what point in time is that building going to need to be replaced? I mean, I know that this is the 11th hour, getting ready to pull the trigger on taking care of what we have to take care of today. But maybe that's not a discussion for tonight, Tony?
I can tell you something quick.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, I just think that people need to know that y'all have taken all this stuff in consideration.
What you're looking at is a standalone.
Okay?
All right, so it'll pretty much be a separate building than the fire station. What is the life expectancy of that building? I don't, it was renovated in 2009, I believe.
No, 2003.
Was that early?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But this is not attached.
Yeah, well, not really, yeah. It's kind of a standalone design, because you can't come off the roof, so this could be there a while.
Because the original part of that building was probably not even any building codes to speak of at the time. And I know that most of the parts of the original building came from a school.
You were
So,
well versed in that.
yeah, unfortunately, grew up down there. But I only say that because I'm glad to hear it's standalone, so that's good enough.
I mean,
We
it's
don't
a
need to
design, looking
labor
into
it.
to where we had to build it in the roof design coming in as far as on the eaves and the peak. It had to be
Well,
pretty
it
much
ought to be
standalone.
still good shape. I mean, the bus garage was built in 52.
Yeah, actually, the Carrollton's
Well,
not in bad
actually,
shape.
and the reason why it's still standing is because some of good friends of mine and my parents actually built the place and they
Well,
knew
there you
construction.
go.
So.
They took pride in what they did.
It was a community effort, that's for sure. Thank you, Tony. Transportation, just to answer the signage for the roadway, I think there was some misconception that this was the speed camera program, and it absolutely is not.
It is not.
This is simply to address signage that is already there. Oh, Jamie, could you just touch on that for me, please?
Sure, so implementing speed cameras would be a completely separate initiative that would fall under the sheriff's office at some later point. This is specifically to bring the school zones that exist now up to the current standard. So it would be updating the existing signage, updating the existing pavement markings, updating some of the actual speed limits to what they should currently be, and removing some of the zones that are outside of the area of influence that they should be in.
Like
So-
Brewer's Neck and 460?
Correct.
Or wait, not 460, 258.
Yeah, 258, and it should be on Court Street, correct.
And Jamie, would it be safe to say that if there was a desire to pursue the, I guess, camera, radar systems, this would need to happen first anyway?
We would strongly
Yeah.
recommend that the zones were brought into compliance with current standards before they were, any additional enforcement was used, yes.
The, under transportation, typically, whether it's in this budget or not, are the transportation programs or projects there that could realize some outside funding, and therefore it would be money that would be used simply to pay for it until we got the refunds or something like that on some of the transportation projects? Are there any contained that would qualify for outside funding?
Yeah, I
To where
think
the
almost
capital?
everything this year is.
Yeah.
Not sure where the list.
Like Route 10 and 644 Turner
Well,
is
what about
totally.
the Gap thing, things like the Nike Park Gap,
Yeah,
path?
I didn't see an amount on that slide.
And the reason why I say again,
Yes.
constituents have wondered why anybody's gonna waste or use a want, not a need.
Yes, so the Nike Park Gap project is approximately 3.5 million, and at this point, we have, we have 2.6 million in grant money on it. So there is a small gap that we still have to fill between now and 2029.
Right.
which we're applying for smart scale funding. But yes, at this point, we have about 70% of it covered by
So not to have that money sitting there, we wouldn't realize some real opportunities is probably a fair statement.
Correct, and the amount that's in the CIP budget this coming year is 100% grant funding. There's no local funds in the request for this year. So the amount that's in the budget for this year is $642,500. That is all grant funds. That is no local money.
Very good. Thank you for clarifying that. And last but not least, I know that our fire chief, they came up with a model for his replacement and on trucks that took into account wear and tear, mileage, age, et cetera. We don't need to go back through all that. I guess, and I saw the medic unit in Windsor. Mr. Jefferson, I talked a little bit about Rushmere's fire truck. And he probably has maybe, I don't mind bringing it up, but with the close proximity, would one be optimistic to say that with the Smithfield Riverside being open, and that we might get more mileage, more use out of our medic units than we did in the past because of the limited mileage?
That's correct. We're definitely not having as many miles put on the trucks. However, this truck doesn't transport very often to Riverside, Smithfield. They're still going to Obici, so they're still putting the mileage on. Bill put up that it had 103,000 miles on it in October. Is up to around 110 now. In 6 months, we put another 7,000 miles on that truck.
Gotcha.
How long do they run?
So, I mean, obviously, we have a great maintenance program, so we do get extended life out of them. However, you're looking 3 years out to get a new one if we ordered it today. So again, add those miles to it and the continued wear and tear. So if we don't keep a medic unit in the CIP plan of replacement, because the medic units are getting beat up the most of all of the apparatus that we have in the fleet.
So the mileage, the lower mileage now to transport to the facility that's local, not that we've ever worried about the revenue from that, but insurance companies are willing to pay it. Should we be prepared for any less or a substantial less amount? I'm sorry, I can't talk. It's late.
Yeah.
Should it be a substantial less amount of revenue generated from transports?
Yes, sir. We are already tracking that since January, since Riverside Smithfield opened up, and we're seeing about a 18,000 or so dollar revenue less that we can bill because of less mileage per month.
Just, it's good to know because every little bit adds up.
Yeah.
You can build, what's your collections percentage?
How much fuel are you saving for not transporting?
So we are definitely saving fuel, but if you remember, the mileage rate is 13.25 cents per mile. We're not, I mean, gallon of diesel fuel is around $6 now, so that is not going to offset itself. You know, the savings in fuel is not going to offset the revenue decline because of the less travel miles.
With the Rushmere engine, I know that before they used to do prepay. I don't know what, I think over the years, depending on what truck and what was being offered, we still doing prepay for apparatus, or are we waiting until it's completed?
So I know Rushmere is working on their specs already with a vendor to try to get just that information. The other thing that we're doing proactively is Carrollton is next up on the list, if you will, for next year's CIP, and we've already signed off on a letter of intent with a vendor for that truck that they've done specs and stuff on. No money from the county, it's just a letter of intent to the vendor that, hey, when the truck is built and the money is available in the CIP, approved in the CIP, they're already in line, if you will, in the manufacturing line to get it done.
Yeah, and Brandon is in the process of printing the specs now. They wrote them, they got to print them, review them, and send them out.
Would that check, so that check wouldn't have to be written during 26, 27, it would be afterwards?
It'd be after
Just
July
earmarked
of
in that
this year, so it'd be in next year's fiscal budget, correct.
Just to wrap up the question about the mileage, if you say that that's okay. If you say the decrease is $18,000 per month in decreased billings, what's your collections percentage? So what does that net out to?
So I haven't worked those numbers yet. I haven't dove into those numbers that far. We're trying to get a little bit more, we've only had 4 months worth I did do a comparison from last year, but I can't remember what it was.
Do you know what your overall collections percentage is?
Total is around the 50% mark, but I would have to get that number. Let me get that number, the true number for you. It's around 50%, and of course, some of that is we don't bill for the safe harbor. We only go after the low-hanging fruit, so
Yeah.
therefore,
Of course, but I mean, we've talked about 3 months. It's less than $30,000. I mean, on the
that's a
mileage
month,
kind of
18,000 a month.
No, I understand. 18,000 minus 50% is 9,000 times 3 is 27,000, which is less than 30 over 3 months of service.
Sure.
And then you subtract the diesel fuel you didn't have to buy, and all of a sudden the delta is getting smaller. So it doesn't bother me, is my point.
I was just curious more than anything else.
Sir?
Playground,
Yes, sir.
$90,000.
Playground equipment's expensive.
Oh, yeah, I'm not, no, I've bought some, I understand. You said either there, if the library's not gonna be built at 28, why we got it on there?
So.
I think you just said the
Two
land.
things, there's a couple of options.
I know the playground there now is in terrible shape. In fact, it should be tore down if you're not gonna fix it. It's in bad shape. Because there's some pieces of it's just hanging off right now. So, I mean,
So if you want to push it back a year, I don't know that.
I mean, what's sitting there now, I mean, it's not usable really, I wouldn't think. I wouldn't want to get on it.
No, but if you know,
Yes.
we got a couple of options.
But
One
what
is
I'm saying,
replace
if you
the-
put something like that in, can it be moved? Is what I'm saying.
I believe it can be, but it's probably better to wait until you put it into the permanent location or the location where you think you're
I'm
gonna be
just-
for a while.
I'm just saying it's $90,000, I mean, 90,000.
Well, so one thing we'll note is, because our Parks and Rec staff have been very successful in the past, we have 90,000 in there. We think we'll use local money, but they've been successful about getting grant money for at least half, if not more, of the cost of that playground equipment that we put at, like Nike Park
Right.
and I think in Camptown.
Yep.
So regardless, we'd be looking for some grants or some way to offset that local money.
To me, it needs to go where the existing one is, because we haven't even, there's gonna be some debate, it appears,
I
on the
agree.
placement of the library,
Oh,
and that could take a number of years. Meanwhile, it should be there.
Yeah. Joe, Windsor. Do we ever have a meeting with Windsor to sit down with them and
Been a
talk?
long while.
I mean, I thought it'd be a good idea, you know, with us talking budget, us talking their septic system. I mean, to have some,
Yep, intergovernmental.
yeah.
We can do that, we need to schedule that.
I mean,
Maybe hit it during the
let
day or
us-
something.
Let us know, Will.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Jefferson and I just met with the town of Smithfield on Tuesday and asked them to pay for some stuff in the budget, and they said they'd take it back to council. Yeah. It's not going to happen. I mean, it may. You never know until you ask, right? But yeah, go meet with Windsor and see what shakes out.
But I mean, I just, you know, just have some conversation with them.
I mean,
Yeah.
just literally, just let us know what
Okay.
your interest is. I can reach out to William and see.
Well, Mr. Eckery, take, you know,
Yeah.
whatever's good for you, I could probably make it most any time.
All right, we'll work together on it.
Okay.
Regarding the Nike Park parking lot, it's listed as skate park. So it's been a while since my children played soccer out there, so having trouble visualizing it. But Don, is this, Bill, I don't know if you would know this or not, but is this the parking lot or parking area that parents complain about being, or is this literally the skate park? Are we?
The silos are.
It's over near where the skate park is.
Or the basketball courts.
Parents
Close to
complain
the
about
basketball
most
courts,
all
too.
the parking lots at Nike Park, but this is one.
That
of
one's
them.
dangerous.
Remember like a year or two ago, they did a petition, like to get the parking lot at Nike Park brought up to standard?
I think it did. I think it was this one. I know we also had complaints about the soccer, the roadways and parking over at the soccer fields as well, but
Looks in rough.
that's the,
It's in terrible
Yeah,
shape.
that's
It's a hazard.
Yeah, it's got a lot of,
it's that condition and worse throughout the entire
Yeah.
parking area.
Okay.
Can I make a sidebar question on that, Sheriff? I'm assuming that that area, every now and then somebody patrols through there. It's interesting how many cars park over there in the very corner, sometimes two cars, during the middle of the day and throughout the day. And there's really nothing back in that corner. And they're definitely not skating. So I just recommend that maybe you stop by, pay them a visit. Brendan
I
likes to play
thought
basketball
after
there.
dark it was roped off. No?
Well,
I've
during the
gotten
daytime, there's enough.
I've not gotten
there's enough
stuck in that parking lot,
There's
but
enough
I've-
shade over there.
does
So
have
anyway,
shade.
I don't know what they're doing over there, but I haven't gone over there and found out either. Right, Brendan? He's sleeping. Poor fellow.
Mr. Chair, before you adjourn, can I speak to Mr. Robinson real quick?
Yes, sir.
The stormwater, can we talk about Lawns Point?
Probably a good idea.
Time is your.
We got quite a few emails from citizens, residents who live in Lawns Point
Oh, yeah.
about that road situation. From what I understand, what is it, 1.8 million is the projected cost of that project? 1.847 million. I understand that we had a bonded, a surety bond, an amount that was like 750,000 something. But back in the day when we took acceptance of that, we did not plan for any escalators or, PI increases or anything to keep up with the amount that it would eventually need to do the project. Is that right? And so then what I'm hoping is you're saying it's the 750 or the 1.847 minus 750, and then like the rest of it can be paid with stormwater funds, or what's the delta there?
So that is what we're saying.
I
We
don't-
would take, they had a bond for $765,000, and the bond amount, they went through a legal challenge with the developer, and they ended up settling for the bond amount. The bond amount is not enough to cover the roads, and for a couple of reasons, because there was no escalation factor, there was no engineering estimate behind the bond amount, and parts of the bond were released for portions of the project that were finished without checking that the remaining bond would cover what was left. So for example, they released some for the public utilities without checking that it would cover the roads. So there was numerous challenges with what was happening with the bond at the time that the development was happening. So they went to court with the developer. They agreed to settle for what was left on the bond. The HOA received the bond amount, and it was given to the county in escrow. That's the $765,000. The county took that $765,000, and the board might remember, they passed a resolution. We applied for a revenue sharing grant to match that $765 with VDOT to try to do it through grant funding. And that application was denied. VDOT did not approve it. So at this point, we didn't have a way to move forward. We looked at a couple of other options. We got a second punch list from VDOT, and we broke that into work items. And that's when we came up with the idea of being able to use stormwater funds, because so many of the items were specifically related to drainage, storm pipes that were becoming undermined, storm pipes that had to be cameraed, cleaned out, riprap, end of drainage structure issues, that sort of thing. So we could actually use our existing stormwater funds for those. So yes, we're gonna use their HOA funds for a portion of it, and the rest of the portion, the $1 million, would be stormwater funds.
And just out of consistency and fairness, we've done similar there's been similar other issues like this that the county's had to come alongside of, say, the developer, other entities to get it complete. Is that a fair statement?
Correct. We did something very similar in Ashby, where the one half of Ashby, I believe it was Ashby West, ended up not being completed, and we came in and did their paving and completed their paving and had it accepted into the secondary system. And we also had this issue on Batiste Court, where the developer did not finish. The bond amount that was remaining was only like $16,000. And we had to step in with VDOT, take that bond amount. The county helped them actually complete that project and go through the acceptance process to have it accepted by VDOT to help them out.
Please tell me we've rectified that now, and we put in
Those were all
escalators.
long before we were.
Yes, most of these projects, including Lawns Point, is from, the early 2000s or older.
Yes. The answer is yes.
Okay. And then the Red Oak, since you're standing up here again, sorry you have to stand up, sit down, feels like church, but the Red Oak Trail, I think it's great to connect like the Turner Drive and the school with that community and then retail, et cetera. The grant amount covers most of that project, correct?
Yes, there is a small delta on that project of approximately $300,000. And that does not come up until the second year. It does not show up in your CIP budget for this year. The amount in your budget this year is fully covered by grant funds. And we are not concerned about that $300,000 for a couple reasons. One, that amount is fully covered by the contingency in our estimate, so we feel like we can probably find it if we need to. But two, because there's several development proposals in that general area, and they are all responsible for putting the trail on their frontage when they develop. So we are sure if any of those come to fruition, we could develop a cost share agreement with them to move that forward. So we don't bank on that, but we feel like there's a lot of options between now and the end of 2028 when we have to come up with that $300,000.
And it seems like to me, it's very common to see people walking along that corridor.
All the time.
With grocery bags.
Scary.
Yeah.
We do, and we've also been coordinating directly with the promontory since the town of Smithfield officially approved that, and that developer is working on putting the infrastructure on their side as well, all the way to the Tractor Supply. So we're making some very vital linkages through there.
So the only thing we cut was the weapons section for schools. Are we back to, thank you, Jamie.
I guess the only clarity would be going back to the playground. There was, said option one, which was to put it at the existing park.
Correct.
Well, yeah, I just will put it there, yeah. If it's gonna be that, a year or so before that library's even built, I mean.
And we can get Mike to check on what is the practicality of moving that once it's been installed.
Thank you.
Might be a good place just to leave.
I think we're good except for the weapons detection. We shaved that off.
Yeah, I mean, we can move it out, because I thought I heard move it back a year.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not this year.
Yeah.
Next year will be even more
One
interesting.
question, I guess I could ask that anytime, if you don't mind, just one question, that's all I have. The building is there, the library is there, that belongs to the county, correct?
The property is the town's, the
And
building is the
the
county's.
So what will you do with the building? Has anybody talked about what the building will do, where it will go? I mean, I think the school built that building, if I'm not mistaken, doing that seat.
PD Pruden.
Yeah.
They built it.
That's
The
right.
students, they built it.
Yep.
What we had discussed earlier when we came to an agreement with the two of the library is perhaps a joint effort and contribution in selling that and putting that money toward the build.
Okay.
And,
okay.
but of course, Windsor hadn't agreed to that, and,
Well,
but that is an
Like I say,
option for us.
we need to have a
Yeah.
little sit down and talk. Yeah. We gotta come to some kind of agreement.
Mr. Chairman, before y'all call it a night, in the discussion, the proposed budget was increased by about $2.6 million. The schools and the additional funding for fire, EMS, county employees was an extra 0.5%. That equates to not taking into account any funding sources anywhere, but would be about an 86-cent tax rate. I have to add to the paper tomorrow morning by 9 o'clock if we're going to have this tax public hearing on the date that's scheduled to adopt the budget, which is May 14th.
So you can go down, you just
We
can't go
cannot
up.
go up. We should never exceed that number. If you're able to find one-time money
other money from some other source that we haven't determined, you can adopt any tax rate that you want down to 77.5, leave it flat. But I would just like to let you know that that is where I think we should advertise, because that is a
Worst case scenario.
worst-case scenario in line with what you have said. And again, you can change your budget downward as well. You've got it where it is. You can, if everything decreases, that's fine, but I just don't want it to be. But
That advertising increase, there'll be an opportunity for people to speak one more time on it.
on the tax rate.
On the tax rate,
But-
we don't have to have another public hearing because the delta isn't more than 10% of the total?
1%.
Oh, it's 1%.
But you're under the, what has been discussed tonight is you do not have to have another public hearing on the budget, but the tax rate requires and that's all your tax rates.
Right.
And your fee schedule.
Public hearing on tax rates.
You won't have to have another.
We won't have to have another public hearing, just be just on the tax rate. And again, we'll be able to, between now and May 14th, this body will have pretty much decided where they're going. So anybody that is watching on this will know that the idea is not going to be 86, it's going to be 80 or 82 or whatever it is. But I just wanted to,
Will you also advertise $4.50 for a data center rate?
believe it or not, I have it in here already
Thank you.
on data center, computer equipment and peripherals.
So you could just advertise, you don't need anything from us.
I just wanted to let you, that's kind of where you have
Won't let you
left
know
it.
it when the social media comes out.
When people say 86 cents,
Can't
you'll be
believe
able to
anything you
see that is the doomsday worst-case scenario.
That'll be there first thing in the morning, 7 o'clock. They're going up 85
It's already
cents.
there, I guarantee you.
Yeah.
Well, the restaurant called and said breakfast won't be delivered, so we need a motion to adjourn, okay? All right,
So, Mr. Chairman,
meeting adjourned.
adjournment.
Hmm?